truth right now. You want to talk about the dead girl? You like the hellbilly about her being dead. You lied to hellbilly about her being fucking dead. And you're a fucking retard, Charlie. Fuck you and everything you stand for. Everything you stand for. You lied on that woman, said she was dead. You pump motherfucker. You pump motherfucker. Where's your ass? Where are you at? Where you at? Put your ass into my chat.
Get it, Bobby.
Bring your ass into this goddamn chat. You lied. You lied saying that bitch was dead and she wasn't.
I'm going to go get some chicken. What are you doing there?
What do you want?
I'm going to go get some
No
chicken.
one cares.
Okay.
No one cares right now.
Y'all going to say motherfucking shit like that. Stay it in there. Don't be hanging out the windows.
Oh my.
What? Don't be saying fucking shit in real life.
Fuck them all. Fuck them all. Go on, get your chicken.
You've been drinking, both of you, so chill out.
Oh my God.
The only time you do this shit.
Oh, don't be like that.
Hey.
God damn.
God damn. You're messing up our shit. We'll start over.
All right, well, Cousin,
Yeah, we'll start over.
why are you starting over?
Because of him.
No, don't start over.
We're going to start.
Don't start over.
Okay, we're not starting over. What up, Onslaught? What's up, Sandra?
He's mad.
He's
gotta
mad.
go somewhere.
He's got to go somewhere, so he decides to fuck up our lives.
Well, he's just mad. He got to drive to go get it.
You just mad.
We didn't even come in there.
We didn't even come in your goddamn house. So, God damn.
I know.
It's
Yeah,
pissing
old people. Old people.
I don't give a fuck. He's pissing me the fuck off. I need to get out of here.
As soon as your fucking apartment comes through, you're getting out. So,
This
don't
is
worry about it.
bullshit. I had a whole goddamn plan.
No, stick with your plan.
Hey, Charlie D, where's your goddamn ass at? Where's your motherfucking goddamn ass at? Where's your goddamn ass at? Charlie! Charlie, you need to bring your ass in here, boy. You lied. All right.
Yeah,
You
take
talk
the
to-
phone.
no,
oh,
talk
I'm
to
talking
the
to people. I'm talking to the people. God damn. I don't know. Grab me a beer, though. God damn it. Grab me a beer, nigga. Hey, it better be cold. Damn. I don't know. Grab me a beer, though. God damn it. Grab me a beer, nigga. Hey, it better be cold. Get the one out the freezer. Whatever, motherfucker. I don't know, motherfucker. Grab me a beer, nigga. Hey, though. God damn it, grab me a beer, nigga. grab me a beer, though. God damn it, grab me a beer, nigga. Hey, it better be cold. Get the one out the freezer. Whatever, motherfucker. I don't know. I guess my dad's mad at PJ for not. I don't know what the fuck my nephew did. I don't know, y'all. I don't know nothing. I'm gonna turn the music up. Let's turn the music up. This is heavy metal though. This is. I like this. This is local music. That these motherfuckers play so good. Hey, look. I support local music, rap, rock, heavy metal. I even support folk music. I do. I'm like that. If the music's good, if it's got heart, I support it. I'm that kind of asshole. But if they fucked up people, I'd never support it. I support Gene, so hey, dude can spit. I don't know what the hell happened. I like this shit. I like this shit though. I can't read y'all's shit. My God, I need better glasses or something. Hey, Berlinetta. What up? Yeah, the plan was to go live over JM, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be live over him anyway.
Fuck it. I don't give a fuck no more. He ruined my plan.
Who ruined it? Give me my beer, motherfucker.
He done ruined.
Well, that's a good and cold beer.
Yeah, he done ruined my plan. Okay, Charlie D, where the fuck are you at?
Where did this one come from? Why do I got two beers?
Oh, this is mine. You got.
Well, how do you got two over there?
I grabbed one.
Why do you have two?
Oh, I didn't know I had one under my ass.
Why do you have beer?
It was Pops. It was
beer. Why do you got two and why do you got two out here?
I didn't know that one was some shit on Charlie. Charlie, you want to back up some racist shit? Ain't gonna.
Listen here. He just said something about backing up racist shit, right? Just a second.
God damn it, grab me a beer, nigga. Hey, though. God damn it, grab me a beer, nigga. Hey,
you stick it sideways up. I know God was. You told that story. Fuck. Take my racist on the dead girl, and then you want to back up some racist shit?
I don't know how much crazy or like Twilight Zone just you can get.
Ain't gonna fly with me. You take my wrench. You take my manager, my wrench. I don't.
It ain't gonna fly with you, but Glenn there can call you the N-word.
Give a fuck. Fuck you. I gave you 2 goddamn chances.
Now here's an admission that spokesman, when it suits him or whatever, will give somebody chances who straight up admits to doing some fucked up shit. You know, they called me the same thing, but I said I was in Memphis driving for Lyft, and I met and not really dated, but hung out and had time with not one but 2 different chicks. And one of them I told I picked up and gave a ride. I didn't say though ever that, oh, I picked her up from the app as a customer, and I didn't ever say nothing like that. That's what they don't tell you. I've used the app Plenty of Fish before, and I've met people just old fashioned running into them way. So I never said anything like Charlie did. Charlie damn near laid it out like I had to get 2 bottles of alcohol and all that. I've never said that ever. So, you could say what you want, but I mean, I don't care, folks. And this dude thinks that somebody's really going to give a shit when he takes a photo that's some straight up, like, I don't know what you'd call it, this deviant, disgusting porn, and I say it's disgusting because, and yeah, I seen it, but I didn't report it or nothing because, you know, I mean, I'm not, when I say that I don't get affected by it, people don't believe me. So the only thing I can do to reinforce that or show that I really don't is not reporting it. And he posted it on YouTube straight up, and it's just straight up a graphic sexual picture, pasted my face on it, because unlike his uncle and other people like Bird, etc., you ain't got no pictures of me out there, or MC exposing himself, books exposing them. You ain't got me doing that out there. Uh, you made up a video somebody has where they took a thing with me clearly on StreamYard panel with a marquee at the bottom, but yet they're claiming it's backstage and my shirt's off. Hillbilly's got a live talking about, I'm trying to get you to kill this motherfucker. That's his words, his quote, I'm trying to get you to kill this motherfucker, talking about me. That's the context. And he's got his shirt off. So, I mean, how stupid would I be to take that and obscure part of it and act as if he's doing something, and mute it too? Like, don't let the audio play, because then you would ruin what you're trying to, and they'll say, oh, well, we succeeded because you just react. This isn't a reaction. Me reacting to it would be like, mad or angry, upset. You can't just alter definitions of things and say, well, we got you what you want. I mean, I guess you can. You just look stupid doing it. People may not say, like, dude, they may not say what they're thinking or, what the truth is to you, because they don't want to get in the middle of it or want to have to deal with your bullshit themselves. But that's exactly it. So, yeah. So PJ, you got no reason to talk about anybody being racist or anything else. You are admitting right here in this moment that you turned your head the other way to a guy who said he provided alcohol to somebody who had to have a chaperone in order to get them fucked up enough so he could fuck them. That's what you said. You're saying. And then you want to say all this other stuff. Your uncle just called you an N-word a while ago, and now you want to point out racist shit. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I know as a result of it, a lot of it is him raising you. Those pictures I shared, I don't really care. You can say what you want to. Those are public photos. People didn't mind uploading me dancing to Discovery Channel as a minor. You're freaking, I don't know how old you are, but you're there and you got your uncle next to you. And what are you doing? You're sticking up your finger. There was another photo of you sticking up your finger too on there, and another, but I didn't, get those all. I'm not gonna upload every single damn one, but I uploaded enough to show that, yeah, that is hillbilly. And there's one photo on there that he uploaded in 2016, so that would be what, 9 years ago, of two African fellows with watermelon, and the text is obscured. It's like cut off. It's not a. I don't know why you can't really see all the text of what it says, or maybe you can if you zoomed in or something. I don't know, but it obviously isn't a positive photo, and it says everything. And that's how he was acting and doing things before he was met Gene, Books, or any of these other people. And you guys want to call out like Books. You've talked about JM being right. And I'm going to agree with you. JM, because I've heard him with Mustard, has been racist as fuck. I mean, you can tell that they've obviously got some prejudice. They might not be up there saying, we're going to hang these motherfuckers, blah, blah, blah. No, I'm not saying that, but they obviously don't, they have some prejudice. That's fact. But at the same time, Books, you turn your head towards hillbilly. Why? Like, how do you do that? How do you go from saying 70% of white people are racist, and yet, what is hillbilly the 30%? Really? With what I just shown you and what you just heard him say?
The first one, you told that story, and I took you back. The second
There's the first admission.
time was when you lied about it and said Mary was dead. I took you back.
Let me ask you something though. You really don't give a shit whether that person is dead or not. Just like, I mean, let's be honest here. You don't have any connection to him. You don't care. This is just for your content that your dad ruined. No, your dad was trying to be the voice of reason, telling y'all that you're drunk, don't get, just like my grandfather tries telling me in the past whenever I was getting upset and he could tell I was on the computer. You should have listened to him. It's a shame that he didn't raise you and put it off on Flynn.
I felt bad for you. Not no goddamn more.
You felt bad for the guy that talked about providing alcohol, one more bottle of the alcohol to do what he did. You felt bad for him. You feel bad for that guy? You want to bring up the fact and say and act like, oh, I've called the authorities. I haven't. I said I was going to that day on Andrea's panel. I sure did. I said I need to. But did I? No, I didn't. Because trust me, if I had, you would have recorded them leaving or the people being there showing up. You would have recorded some type of proof or if any phone calls they made toward you to investigate. You would have it. Glenn would have made sure y'all got it, and you don't. And you started off with that bullshit by saying CPS. Find one time where I ever said I'm calling CPS. That's Child Protective Services. Y'all ain't got no children. So that right there shows you're lying, but you're lying ignorantly because you can't even get the lie set up straight and say the correct thing that you would call in that situation. No, you said CPS.
You take that wrench, you stick it sideways up your ass, and she was so.
No, but only Square cares about wrenches, y'all. Why are you worried about the wrench? Imagine, and there's another admission. You had a wrench in the chat of somebody who's admitted to taking advantage of somebody else with alcohol. That's 3 confirmations from you that you knew about Charlie and what he done and looked the other way.
17, and you twist that my ass, and she was
Oh,
17.
here it is. She was 17, huh? Oh.
And you twist that motherfucker till you bleed out.
Wait, what?
sideways up your ass, damn more. You take that wrench, you stick it sideways up your ass. If she was 17, and you twist that motherfucker till you bleed out.
Oh, you're talking about the wrench. Okay, I was confused there. But why are you acting like you're outraged now that the fact that her age or anything about her? You look the other way. So you get to turn around and be outraged now because he done something that upsets you?
You twist it until you bleed out, boy. If she was really that 17 years old, you twist it until you die. Who cares about your goddamn pancreas? Who cares about your pill habit? Who cares? No one does. Everybody in this goddamn community has told you, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, Charlie. No one wants you in this goddamn community for number one. Everybody's told you, get the fuck out. And you need to take this warning. Because if you don't, I'm on your goddamn ass. And you don't want me. I got pictures of your face for days to make dick memes.
Oh, you like making dick memes, huh? Yeah, you must love looking at them cocks, don't you, PJ?
So, I will.
I know you can.
I'm going to.
God damn it.
You don't take my warning?
Oh, god damn it. Well, hey, that's little fucking freakhead deviant, dick obsessed meme monster you created, hillbilly. That's the result of your fucking influence. You.
Expect some goddamn dicks in your mouth. And I black.
Yeah, you like that, don't you, PJ?
Like stuff like.
Yeah. So what's up? Where you at, Charlie? Any other time you're in my life, any other fucking time you like coming into our chats, what's different about tonight?
Because he knows he's fucked up.
Where you at? Where you at?
Charlie fucked up.
Where you at, Charlie? Bring your ass and tell your friend Little Me bring his ass.
That's his buddy now?
Yep.
There was no rage there. I just called you a dumbass motherfucker. Huh. Okay, let's see here. This motherfucker is. We got a 40-year-old up here talking about, and I own you everything. You know, we got a 40-year-old who is obsessed and spends, I'd say, at least 55, 60%, somewhere in there, maybe a little more even on some other days of their time online worrying about and doing stuff like this, talking about whether it's Dagburn or Andrea or me or whatever, you know, 40 years old, 40, and just into internet drama and sees himself as a troll. And at the same time, all the while, we'll say stuff like telling people, me and others, that we need to grow up. Telling people younger than him that they need to grow up. Yeah, see, they're trying to not cut you off or get you to stammer with your words. Because now I'm up here holding up against one, two, three, four, or no, one, two, three, four people. Four people is actively trying to interfere and, not let me get my points out or say what I want to say. But see, if I would have jumped off the panel and refused to stay up there when they came up, I'd been pussy. They won. If I stay up there, hold my ground like I did, they still are saying they want. Do you see how there's no objectiveness or, I mean, there's nothing that's on a level of being real about it. They have to spin it in their light to look the way they want to, regardless of what actions are taken by the other person. Yeah, they wouldn't have to. They'd be able to easily get you transferred down to the jail. So go ahead, try to make up something false. Actually, I'm gonna rescind that. You don't need to be doing that, and if you do, I mean, you'll obviously be held accountable. But we got people that have went missing, and unfortunately have been found now, and three people arrested in connection to it, and it's just fucked up. Like I never thought something like that would happen around here. Uh, I just found out about it all of a sudden night before last when I went out with my friend, as he's taking his girlfriend to work on her, just riding, and it's crazy. One of the people went to the school that I did that's involved in it, and they had burned a DVR security recording thing that I think had video of one of the vehicle that was stolen during the commission of this crime and everything else. But shout out to the Missouri State Highway Patrol, Hayti Police Department, Portersville Police Department, as well as the Arkansas Police Department that was involved and apprehended one of the suspects, and Crothersville Police Department, Dunklin and Pemiscot County, for getting these three secured. And condolences go to the family, and keep them in your thoughts and prayers because they finally discovered the missing young lady's remains. uh, 2 days ago. So 18 years old, going to graduate high school this year. Whole life ahead of them. Taken. I hope they throw the book at them. None of them ever see the light of day again. Oh, looks like Fusion had a little cam slip showing something. I don't give a shit if you or any of them others like me. That's not why I came up there. I came up there to talk to William. I mean, he acts like I care if he likes me. No, I take that back. That wasn't Fusion. That was Hillbilly. He had his cam. Sorry. I think you got me confused with Pollard. That's not me. I don't even know who that is, and I don't care. Why would you go wham, wham, wham when somebody is mentioning you abusing your nephew and pointing out how you're being fake and deceptive because you're sitting up here and only going along with the others who, by the way, have said everything in the book bad about you. Like, yeah, but you don't have an agenda or nothing. You're not manipulating, trying to manipulate the audience or people that see this. Okie dokie. Oh, you don't want me here, right? But yet, okay, see, he'll say that nobody wants you here. But if I didn't come on, they wouldn't be trying to call me and pretend to be a fake job interest, seeing if I would be interested in the position, which is a troll they tried to do here recently. I haven't brought up or talked about. Uh, they won't call businesses that are an hour away and ran by an individual and waste their time and have them drive down here to cut a tree that they sent a text to them pretending to be me and impersonate me to ask for tree removal service when I don't even live where I live. I wouldn't have the ability to remove a tree if I wanted to. All right. Um, the landlord would do that. So, you know, you wasting gas and time and affecting other people who aren't even online in your little algorithm and running into you. I mean, and you don't want me on here, right? But when I don't come on, you do that stuff because you want me to come on. And then when I do come on, you make self congratulatory, ass kissing, just bragging posts about, oh, we've got a train, it's great, ha ha, blah, 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 blah. 40 years old, 40 years old, people, 40 fucking years old, acting like, I don't know, like somebody young, like Upchurch used to do on maybe back when he was probably not even fully 18 yet, when he was on what you call it, that old Vine and stuff when he started doing his early days of trolling. Like you need to grow up. Huh, they're not. You've never not allowed at Aunt okay. Not allowed here. Not allowed there. Not allowed to do this. Not allowed to do that. You're a joke. You can't enforce any of that. And the fact that you somehow think you can come in a public space or platform like this and say stuff like that, and that you don't have any awareness or care how that really projects you to look, it says everything. I don't know what they're talking about, so she must have been remote viewing and watching me. Isn't it a little weird for you to, I mean, you know all that about me, but yet you want to try to point out and act like Berlinetta that, oh, I had pictures of y'all and stuff saved when I was on fucking StreamYard and clearly in a browser looking at Filthy Animals website of the said pictures that you're talking about. He had them on his website, not on my computer. It's just one little example in time situation that y'all constantly spin and twist everything to make it look like how you want to anybody that sees this video. Yeah, you gave away the coroner's local number to help these fucking people that now you're technically not even aligned with, but for some reason you can align with them right now in this moment, trying to get to me, wanting to make me rage quit or something, trying to get something worthy of a video. You can align with them now regardless of the racist stuff they said to Gene, all them, regardless of them laughing at Gene and getting shot by JM as a target, and all the other stuff, them alleging that he was a pedophile, and you can, what does that say about you? What they said about books and tried to get books more in trouble, but you're up here aligning with them over something petty just because I'm up here. And all you've done there was just admit that you've been doing everything I've alleged you've been doing criminally. So, you know, you didn't help yourself there at all. But once again, you can't help but brag and, you know, live in this, like I said, this immature headspace of, oh, I'm an internet troll. We have fucked him up. You know, are you sure you don't want to talk about the time where you actually really fucked up those females that you abused? It would be great if we had a video footage of who all was there, what environment it was in, what your actual actions were, what you said to them. Because to get charged felony level domestic violence, they got misdemeanor level domestic violence. And I find it curious that you never once, even for the first time, got charged at a misdemeanor level. No, you got three fucking felony level domestic violence charges. That means each time you had one of those instances, you didn't just like slap somebody once or yell at them or throw something. You fucking really you you really did some shit. You'd be what's called a habitual fucking offender. Man, I don't know how um, people that have this little slogan now that they're using saying for the good people only, and they got someone like you hanging around. They want to call who did they say? They said Gotcha Man was a cow. And I've got some criticism points on Gotcha Man, but I'll say this. Gotcha Man is he's a better person than you are. Of all these people that y'all said are cows and kicked, excluding Charlie, of course. I mean, that motherfucker. I'm not even calling him a cow. He's a fucking straight up weirdo, just calling cops fake reporting. Charlie, you better be lucky that fucking the statute of limitations, though. Because with Filthy admitting, and I got that you did that, the report and transcript of the call saying you did that, and the video, which could be found easily from the archives because the date would be provided from the report, you could very easily be in a situation right now, but you're not. So you better be happy over that. But, you know, Why would you come on here after all the times you've been on the other side and they shielded and protected you, and you saw what they did with me whenever, I made it known in ignorance where I was, or not even exactly. Like, I got to the point where I wouldn't say things exactly, but I would say just enough that they would be able to narrow it down or go through the list until they found out and correct. And then you're going to turn your camera on at a ballpark with kids, film them, and say you're doing it because just so they have it, like they think they're on TV. Dude, ain't none of them gonna fucking even know about that video. Ain't none of them gonna care that you had them on a live stream. And also, what do you think the parents and other people are gonna think when it's a live stream when the chat has comments constantly coming in of the nature that they are from trolls? When you show this ballpark and they know where you live, and I guarantee if that's not the only ballpark, it's one of maybe two, and you think that they're not gonna. I mentioned one night, I'm going to this gas station pilots, and they want to post and try to have people call pilots. Do you, number one, even if they do listen to everything you say and don't hang up, what the fuck is that gonna matter? They're not gonna not serve me. They're not gonna hang up the phone and relay what you say that's bullshit over the intercom. They're not gonna bring it up when I come to the counter. Hell, they won't even know for sure if it's me. Do you think, this is a small town, but not everybody knows everybody or knows what they look like and stuff. So that didn't matter. It's dumb. If anyone's noticed, I don't bring up my home health client anymore because from them wanting to say, uh, I'm not going to get into it, but just all types of dumb shit. And what family would let them take care of? Well, you know what? I will say this: they don't have family like that. Unfortunately, they got a relative they keep in contact with, and that's as far as I'm saying. Um, they're pretty much on their own. So I've got an agency that's over me. So it's being monitored. It's it's got nothing to do with you. Like, yeah, I'm surprised that they haven't called every fucking related type of organization. But see, they don't know which one. Hell, they don't even know location wise, but I didn't have to do it. The client made it very clear to them that something like that could possibly happen and what it has to do with. Because I was talking with them about it, and I said, I'm wondering if I should make them aware, because I said, but then again, maybe it'd be all right, so maybe I shouldn't bring it up. And I got told later on, he randomly said, it's been taken. I made them aware. He said, you really, he said, man, you, you ought to realize and think about the fact that you've done this sort of thing for over 10 years. He said, that's a long time. He said, and do you got any instances of disciplinary or complaints or what have you, or being fired from any? No. He said, well, there you go. He said, that speaks more for itself. Well, I want to, and your assessment or view or judgment doesn't mean shit. Number one, you don't even realize if he was there at that time, and not that it's any of your business, but no, he wasn't. And number two, I'm not being loud. I'm not screaming. Number three, you're on here trying to provoke a reaction. So your comment and concern and saying what you just said isn't even genuine. Now go do the fucking go break down and do the Macarena that you did in that video. Wait, what'd they say? Yeah, there was a thing he said. They had to call the police because you was holding him hostage with a shotgun. If that's true, why did I not get arrested? That's not something that they would just come and break up and then let you go. Number one, we don't even own a shotgun anymore because they got sold. You know, they got sold, and some of them were given to family members because we don't hunt anymore or anything. We had no need to keep them, so we didn't even have a shotgun present. You idiot! But you say stuff like that, and I'm pointing it out so that there's a video here, and people that watch it can see and realize, you know, you, I mean, what does this accomplish? You get a little bit more footage and where you can self-congratulate and kiss your own ass and act like that, you've really done something. All you've done is make God and any of your relatives that are deceased that are looking down on you. That's what you've done. Oh, now go cry about that comment, that statement I just made. The things that I've said are freaking PG-13 compared to what you'll say. So, you know, that's bullshit. It's crazy. It's crazy to think, you know, no, I'm not gonna bring myself down to that level and say that. Just like PJ shouldn't have influence and shouldn't have been able to, impart and give bad examples to spokes. This 40-year-old internet drama, locale subculture obsessed, 3-time domestic violence freak that's, always got pedo stuff on his mind as it, fucking and imagine somebody getting fucked and talking about how they get essentially an erection from this stuff. It gets them excited. Remember when I said that these people they got to be said they're getting a dopamine and serotonin, endogenous dopamine, serotonin, endogenous meaning from within. It's not as a result of taking something external, but they're getting a a release of these neurochemicals, and they're habitually doing it again and again and again, just like an addiction. I mean, and he might say, you may think that's silly to say, but when he's saying stuff like, "Oh, I get bricked up," and you got to take into account too, objectively, he's talked about fucking me on live stream. And I say that to point out, like, what the fuck? Like, I'm not worried about it. It's not gonna happen. Like, I have zero chance or fear of that ever occurring. I got more odds of being struck by fucking lightning twice in the same place than that ever happening. I'm pointing it out so y'all can see who the fuck, what the type of person that could be. I've never seen. I mean, I've known some people that are immature for their age and out there and everything else, but fucking that's wild. It's not telling y'all about everything. It's telling the audience, just like how you try to lie to the audience in the camera about me. So you want to think and put out there that I'm doing this and talking to y'all or engaging, reacting, blah, blah, blah. No, no, no. It's pointing it out. Have you ever watched a video, all the videos on YouTube when people debunk stuff and debunk things that other people have said, even about them and other people, that they go to their aid because it's the right thing to do? That's what I'm fucking doing. And that's why you can't keep your mouth shut and talk in you know, in a manner that would be normal. Like while someone's talking, you don't interrupt them. But yet, I'm the king of interrupting. And only Square interrupts y'all. You know, they're not currently up here right now, 4-1, interrupting and constantly trying to cut me off, get me to stammer my words, and get me uh, to interrupt my train of thought. And throughout it all, I I think I did somewhat. There's moments where I'm freaking stammered and I had to repeat stuff or something came out like when I was saying he posted a picture of my baby nephew. I said like, why'd you post a picture of a nephew's baby? Like, it came out wrong because they're blah, 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 blah. But I think overall I did pretty fine. I mean, the only time me talking or bringing this stuff comes up is if I'm up here dealing with the source or associated things of the source of those situations coming up. Right there, trying to project like, I must talk about this and think about it all day long. The last, what was it, 3 weeks I hadn't been on, you know, you think for 3 weeks I talked and obsessed and thought about all this over and over, but not once did I go live or even get on anyone else's panel or call anybody or accept any calls from trolls or anything. But yet, that's what you want to try to get people to believe. I'm just trying to get this straight and get straight for the people that watch. So he can't, he will not allow, he doesn't want logic. He doesn't want things that can come out and get people thinking. He wants to talk over. And that's really working against himself more. Like, do you notice how or not Fusion, he's gone now, Pam and all the others, they're actually not saying a word. He's the only one doing it. But he wants to act as if I'm the one obsessed with him and he rules my thoughts. Well, let's hypothetically for a second, hypothetically say that's true. You know what else would be hypothetically true simultaneously? I rule fucking his thoughts and his mind. And it would be a mutual thing if that's hypothetically speaking true, which it isn't. Now, it is true that he's obsessed with me. I mean, he's got people that will notify him if I do anything on there. He's got people that or he's got little bots and notification things set up. Subscribe to my stuff. Um, checking around all day, every day, trying to get attention through posts and stuff. I mentioned one post that's racist or something else, and it claiming like, "Oh, I'm obsessed." If that's the case, then why haven't I reported? Like, for instance, when I was scrolling through and seeing you put me holding a rainbow flag, but he also had said that I'm homophobic. He claimed to act like he actually cared about LGBTQ issues or that he wasn't homophobic himself. This is the motherfucker who's called me an FAGGOT 10, 20 times every day or something. And but I didn't report that picture or comment or bring it up until just now to use as an example to point out how I don't give a shit and a reason why I didn't. Because if I did, like back in the day, I would brought it up and the others, and I wouldn't have just brought up the racist post. I gotta add. They had Deadly take this live down so quick because they fucked up. Fusion got in his feelings and got angry and threatened. I mean, they fucked up. It did not make them look good because if it did, why isn't it on any of their channels like when they snipe me or snipe me when I'm at anybody else's place? Ask yourself that. Ask yourself, why isn't it? I bet you it's not even on the fucking archives. Matter of fact, here, let's check right fucking now. Because now I've said that, they could plan to put it up temporarily or change their mind on it and put it up just because they don't. But let's see. It's not on the Rumble archives because last upload on there was 3 months ago. OJM on one of his snipe channels has a picture of me when I was a minor as the display picture, right? Oh, even better, a picture of me and my brother as a young kid too on the banner. But yet they want to bring up I'm obsessed with kids and stuff. Here, let's show this. Oh wait, damn it! I don't even think it's been. Oh shit, I might have been fucked up. I might have fucked up because I don't think it was sharing the correct tab. That's all right. If I made that blunder, I made that blunder. It is what just like you said that I fucking have docs fucking, this and that and called your kids. If I had called your kids, you would be doing something about it.
It's already on the file, bud.
Square,
you're just mad. Square, you're mad because
There you go. Right here. Y'all see, oh wait, that's not it. Damn it. Here it is. This is a page run by JM, and as you can see, it's yeah, this is obviously not an image of me as an adult. It's a school image. Yeah. So if you think for 1 second I'm gonna be pressed on them talking about this or that I've uploaded from a public profile on Facebook, no, no, you don't get to do that. You don't get to pick and choose. Now let's look on all the snipe channels and stuff and see if they've got Deadly's fucking video uploaded before they scramble and try to maybe get it uploaded. Right. I gotta search out for these damn channels because, but I'm so obsessed, right? That's why I'm not even subscribed to them. Let's see. I don't know why, but oh, here, we got Gandhi up. Let's see. Any of these the deadly stream? Doubt it.
So now Pro Stroker's pegging you. Oh, same way everybody that you see at his house is pegging.
Make them think you're coming on.
You know they were running.
Nobody is.
Squirrel.
Not
sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Squirrel.
Mustard square. That's the new.
Sorry. Can't.
That's flawless. So he didn't have it on that upload. How can they not have a thing where I'm doing and talking? I mean, they always have to document it and have it up. Why wouldn't they do that? Huh.
How much of that will
That's my own stream.
Yeah, I did
The exact link or everything because they're not going to go through themselves and just as ugly and fucked up.
Fusion's done so much dirty fucking shit.
And look, if you've been to a
Then have it up on Fusions. All right, who else is? We already know it ain't on that one channel. Let's check out JM's YouTube and see. I mean, I am utterly perplexed. Why am I not featured? My last upload 3 weeks ago. Well, he ain't got it up. So now I do know that the last thing of callers, because I was checking it out, I think they were going around to replace some of it, weren't they? But it's not a whole channel that's dedicated to it. What happened to Filthy Animals channel? It's almost like it's gone. Did he take it down or somebody hit it? Maybe he got so ashamed at how they handled stuff recently and he split. Holy shit. It is gone. So, what the fuck? He took it down. Either he took it down or he got hit. I doubt he got hit. He probably took it down. So he's hiding his channel or what have you. You know how many times that they would regurgitate and say that when somebody else had done it? Whether it be Martin or me or anybody else. I mean, locale checklist mark. Wow. So yeah, there's point made. They're not showcasing the stream that I was just planning going over. Which says and insinuates very strongly that they, even though they'll say and be going around saying I got gang banged again, deviant, sexual, obsessed minds, imagining and saying that I got gang banged by them. But you don't have it on your channel to highlight it for people? Huh. Curious. Very curious. Interesting. Interesting.
A peace plan for Gaza, a ceasefire in place. But Hamas keeps choosing terror, and on a rampage, Mass executions of their own people in the street. Random killings.
Sugar Nova,
Repression.
hello.
For peace,
Stella,
the
how are you
Hamas-led
guys?
terror must end.
What's the quickest way to
I
reduce leg swelling?
apologize.
Is it drinking lots of water? Nope. Avoiding salt? Nope. Compression socks? Nope. Do this to slim down swollen legs fast. It's kind of
I'm
surprising,
fucking
but
up
drinking more
Fusion
water
Snipe.
might be
Well,
the worst
if
thing
I
you can
did,
do
I'm
for
glad.
swollen legs. Most people say to drink more water for less swelling, but a top health researcher
But it
says
it
that's like
doesn't aggravate
pouring
me though.
water
That's
in
the
a
thing,
clogged
Stella. I'm
sink. He
pointing it
explains it.
out so people like you, like you're in the know, right? This stuff probably doesn't need to be pointed out to you. Probably for the large majority, they don't. But they have claimed and always, said amongst themselves, this will be forever to always be up here. Well, okay, and that's fine. It's not really going to have as much effect and reach as they say. But just for the people like that are new or come around here or what have you, there's been a lot of new people that have subscribed and people from other communities and channels that I go to. And, thankfully, like finally, some people that I've met and are cool with now, I don't even have to use the wrench in their channel because they don't put up with that bullshit. So at least it's just funny because here recently I've broken from having to be on here all the time. I've not had to worry about them fucking with that other channel or that other channel that I go to. And even when they have in the past, when it started early on, they just got shut down and ignored. Been able to ignore them in chat. Got spokesman and all them so fired up on that time on books, but supposedly I got trolled that night, you guys, even though I sat up there and I completely sidestepped his ass, and he got so angry that he made several death threats and stuff and made himself look like a fool and a baboon. I just pointed out and showed how they don't have that deadly stream up. Deadly took the stream down as quick as fucking can be, hoping that they would prevent me from getting it. And they didn't have it on any snipe channel I just checked. From JM's Rumble to Filthy's Rumble to Filthy's YouTube, which isn't currently up, to JM's YouTube to Fusion's YouTube. It's not on fucking Squirrels. It's nowhere. There might be some snippets of it on Louisiana's. But I bet you she doesn't have it all played out and dedicated on a snipe type stream because she doesn't want any more bad attention and shit from all of them. She's been getting enough lately. So, what does that tell you? They really seem to be proud of that.
You will be dealt with it. So premeditated murder. My life for two.
See, this is the only stream that is showcasing this thing, and it's Paula's. It's not any of the actual Workyverse people. It's because she's not Workyverse anymore. It's Paula.
You're straight. So you're not going to do a premeditating the murder.
So why did you call the cops on Hillbilly and Spokesman?
Or take care of your life.
Why did you call the cops on Hillbilly and Spokesman?
That seems like you would have a fucking receipt of it. They would have people to do it.
He went live, Pam. He went live and did it.
No, I went live and I said I should because it's.
No, you said you were going to. Quit lying, you little donkey.
Square.
Quit lying, donkey.
Square.
I'll give him that one. I did say I was going to, but I didn't. And if I did, it wouldn't have been CPS. So when it was initially said that I called CPS, now Pam corrected it and said cops. If that's so, then you'd have a video like I would have when the cops came here when Snaggy called. I did not call. But the more y'all want to keep saying that, all you're doing is putting potentially Hillbilly in a position of actually getting a visit from him. Because I might eventually get fed up and decide to go ahead and do that. I didn't do it, not because that stuff doesn't exist, the threats or nothing, not because I'm fucking scared that calling them could fire back on me. I just hadn't done it. I don't have the energy or care to be up here as much. I decided to come on because it's 2:30, all right, in the afternoon. When I got on here, it was like, past lunch. I've done what I've had to do this morning. I wasn't on or in any chats this morning, obviously. You know, I just don't have the fucking care energy. The only reason why I got into that with Hillbilly and them and said that stuff and said that I should report it, all that, is because Andrea showed me and told me about what they've been doing with her son's stuff. And yeah, that did, get up underneath me. And it's not even about me. It's about somebody else and how they're acting that got me upset. Or not upset, but fired up.
Not doing anything to me, son.
And I was on the phone with this moron who's saying that they're doing voodoo on me.
What?
Voodoo on me. I mean, really?
Voodoo.
Here we go. What's up?
Hello. How are
What's
you?
up, lovely? So I need
Oh,
to
hi, dude. What's up?
So do I need to rewind?
He's hi.
What?
Ain't this where Pam comes up saying
Hi.
That's
when I first went
up.
the first time?
Yeah, that's when I first went up.
Okay, so the gangbang hasn't happened yet then.
No.
Okay, girl on through.
I really don't even have to worry about that, Whitney, because just like people have said that they're going to ride since 2024. Look, I'm not completely, living in the state that nobody can ever show up because I've had 2 people show up. But between folks saying he's coming, and then now it's not 2025, now it's been set back to 2026 because his tricycle broke down. I mean, I just, and that's the thing. I have pointed stuff like that out to them. Like, if you try to walk towards me, like they could just be planning to come here. And if they catch me outside walking the dog or something, have a camera out, or maybe not even have a camera out, have someone else have a camera out. And one of them has their fist clenched and they're coming, like, they have said so much stuff on here from they're going to fuck me. You heard what Fusion threatened a while ago. You've heard and seen what Squirrel's done. If they do that, how am I going to know whether they're about to just like flinch at me and not really do nothing, or they're actually going to do something? I won't be able to know. And that's concerning. And they think, like Fusion said, you're free game if you're outside your house. No, I'm not. Because now I'm in a place I can legally be, and I have no duty to retreat. So the only reason why I've said and pointed that stuff out, it's not the way they like to spin it. Oh, he's premeditated. He wants it to happen. No. It's me telling you and giving you advance notice. So if it ever does, the courts have all this. That's what it's doing. And that's why it was said and done.
Through the gangbang, we got to go up. It's about an hour
sometime after the gangbang happening, gangbang,
Yeah.
gangbang.
Sorry, I hadn't been on the comment, y'all.
Gang, bang, bang. Bang, bang.
You don't even know. My friend told me that when we were driving to drop off his girlfriend, and I couldn't believe it because one of the people that was arrested that had burned, they had reported that something of theirs was, that they broken into like security footage, and they were acting as if like, well, the perpetrator must have got it so that there wouldn't be any evidence or video. Well, they found it in his burn pile in the backyard. They found the evidence and remnants, remains of it. Right. So obviously, that says that he's got something to hide or is in connection to it. And this dude, like, he's not, oh my God, like, I never would have expected or thought anything like that of him. He's not somebody that smokes, that parties. He actually wears glasses and was always kind of nerdy, I thought. He might be neurodivergent to a degree. I don't know. But yeah, he's one of the 3 individuals arrested. My grandfather used to drive him and all his family on the bus, and I mean, I've interacted with him, and he was at school with me. Wasn't close friends with him, but I know him. I mean, I've known him all my life. Know who he is, even if not in contact constantly with him or haven't been. I mean, and it's just insane. None of them have been charged just yet with the disappearance, kidnapping, or murder of this poor young lady. But they've all been arrested while they were before they found her body, while the search was still going on, because they were all involved in through their investigation. They had determined they were involved somehow or connected to events that where she was spotted at. So they've all been charged initially with various counts, like the guy that supposedly she had been seen with, which is a white dude. There's a white dude and two brothers arrested. And they found the white dude down in Arkansas and recovered the vehicle that was stolen there. The vehicle that was supposedly stolen was the guy that I just mentioned that had burned the DVR system. He reported his vehicle stolen. It's very convoluted. Like they either really tried to come up with an elaborate scheme, because the fact that he reported that vehicle missing and now he's been charged, but he hid the security evidence. You see what I'm saying? Like he tried to appear like a victim of the circumstance, it's crazy. It's fucking wild. It is wild. Well, yeah, look, all houses, because he has a property and a house, all houses and stuff around here, nearly almost all of them have either a burn barrel or burn piles. That's what you do, because we don't have certain things, and you can't take certain things and have them picked up or what have you. They won't pick them up. Um, that's just part of living in rural areas and stuff, how it is. Now, when I lived in the city like Nashville, of course, nobody had anything like that. Hell, we had a trash can for regular trash, and we had a recyclable trash can. I mean, it's a lot different. As I've seen you around, but I just want you to know, man, it don't bother me. Just know that I see through you now, man. And yeah, Christmas is right around the corner. But I genuinely don't wish no harm or ill will towards you, man. I don't not, you know, I just want you to know, like I've seen you, because here a while back you had asked, like, why ain't you called or anything? Now you know. But again, I don't care if you're in here or whatever. Just you're over on certain posts and videos and live chats and stuff. When I asked you that question to get your take on something to do with a squirrel or somebody else, you was like, "Oh, don't bring me into it." But you don't mind going over there and agreeing with them and stuff about me, huh? So it's all right though, man. It's all right. I get it. You care about your image on here, and I get it. Can't be seen to, you'd rather be seen and showing laughter at me or what other people are doing towards me or what have you than agreeing with me on something logical. But that's all right. Square. Hey, Mokan, how you doing, dude? It's been nice to know, man, that I could have a cool relationship or association, whatever. Like me and you can be cool with one another, even though you obviously have been around people that have, and vice versa. You know what I'm saying? And I know that some of the idiots like Glenn and PJ and them tried to fuck with that. They tried to tell you to unblock them and here, and that if you was really Gene team, you'd fucking be making sure we could have a voice over here. Blah blah blah. I appreciate you, man, and it's good seeing you, and hope you're doing all right too. I'm trying to pay attention to comments right now, y'all, because I know this whole. I originally just came on, was going to play a video or two, and I guess I decided to stay a little bit and interact. Can't believe Christmas right around the corner. Yeah. No, you don't have to have a. If the law states that if you are in fear of your life or great bodily injury, and when somebody has been said that I'm gonna grave 2025. You're gonna be handled, be dealt with. Posting memes of me in a fucking with a tombstone and square over it. They might try to use the old, oh, it was a troll, and he was fully aware it was a troll, and it was never serious. You say all that stuff, and you come here, and you're on camera, and you're trying to, and there's a video of me literally getting into a fight and being assaulted with one of these guys. So yeah, it's not murder. They don't have to have a fucking gun. See that people are somehow under the delusion that you can't defend yourself, or you have to, or like if somebody's just trying to hurt you with their body or their fist, well, you can only meet that back with your body and your fist. That's no. You guys really need to read word for word. Maybe read it 2, 3, 4 times to understand what the law is. Yeah, they take resources away. Yeah, I mean, that's another reason why I didn't immediately call on and let it go was like him hitting him and him admitting that he hit him and all that. That was a while back, you know. Uh, but him recently saying he's gonna slit my throat and everything. I but and a reason why I might not have done that is because honestly, just like the tricycle and the 2025 coming to ride in 2026, he's saying now. Spokesman's the least of any of them that I'm worrying about actually showing up. I'm not worried at all, but I mean, if I had a concern for who would be coming and who would rank higher on the list, it would not be him. That's all I mean. Yeah, they did that to the business owner. He showed up here with the text. He's saying, you need a tree removed? And I said, I'm sorry. I said, did my grandfather? He said, I got contacted by Ian Wilson. I said, oh, God. I said, where are you located? Cape Girardeau. It's only 90 miles north, an hour drive away. I said, well, sir, I really probably need to document this I said, this has been an ongoing issue. I hate to say you've been used as a pawn, essentially. And they pretend, I said, this is my number right here. And I showed him on my phone what it showed my number as. I said, I don't know what to say. I said, you know, and he said, well, it's like, he said, it's just a waste of time. And I said, do you mind, I was like, would you mind, wait and let me get the police here so this can be documented. So he said, no, he said, I got, this is already too much waste time and left, and I didn't even call and document it with the agent, hey Tower, or nothing, because that just really bummed me out for him. I wasn't affected. That didn't make me mad. It didn't make me fucking go live, but it was a complete waste of another person's time and energy who had never done fucking a thing to any of them. Like, even if he had done something to him, you don't have the liberty or right to go and do some other fucked up or what have you, just because. if I say something that upsets you, and then you decide, well, here, let me post his little nephew when he was a baby, and make it out to be like, look at Square doing something suspicious with this child. I'm literally in a fucking wheelchair when that picture was taken. That was, my leg is fucked up. My nephew's a damn baby, for crying out fucking loud. It was on my Facebook. Yeah, I'm gonna do something criminal with a baby and put it on my Facebook picture. But, come on, man. It's just stupid. And you know what? You ought to be ashamed, because if I was anybody watching this stuff, you obviously really don't give a shit about that type of stuff, or abuse, or people harming children and stuff. Because if you did, you wouldn't be wasting time making shit up when you could actually be going after real shit. Like Deadly talking about doing. With microphone. Go bad with. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. I am completely sure that Snaggy did not do what he did on his own accord. He got paid, he got pressured, peer pressured, he got asked to do it, and he either did it to gain favor, whatever, and he's about to pay for it. I mean, he really needs to just plead guilty and be done with it. Like, I hope I don't have to go through some long, drawn out thing. I mean, because that would be the most dumbest thing for him to do. Because once he gets sentenced on the other, if this is not like, if he doesn't, if he doesn't get the arraignment will be in 5 days, unless it gets pushed again. You know, that's the thing. These lawyers can get it pushed not just once, but sometimes a couple times. And being that it's not a, that with this crap that's happened, Dunklin County and Pemscott County now, one of them is housed at Dunklin, and the other two are housed at Pemscott. That's involved in this disappearance and murder of this young woman, young lady. So they've got other cases and stuff, or priority and matter. But obviously, you have different levels of shit going on. And so the court, with that in mind, the court is obviously will be more willing to grant continuances on lower type stuff, because, and, and that might not be correct. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I don't pretend to be an expert in stuff. People try to act like I am and say I talk about this and that. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know a little bit. I'm the type that gets interested in stuff and likes to read stuff. I mean, sometimes stuff that to other people wouldn't be remotely interesting. Like, for instance, how certain components of technology, electronic technology, work. How the law relates to, like, when I learned that prosecuting, I didn't know early on, way when I was younger, that the judge is essentially like an administrator in the courtroom, sort of like a referee in a sense, keeping both sides in check, adhering to the rules of procedure, discovery, and, all of that, the rest of that stuff. The prosecutor has, in essence, the most power when it comes to um, getting things in motion in a courtroom. The prosecutor is also a lawyer. And so, somebody probably right now saying, well, duh, but yeah, I've known that for years now. But at the very first, when I was, I don't know, 18, 19, I didn't realize that. I thought the judge was well, it's not, when he called me, I didn't report it to the police, dude. AD pointed that out. The fucking discovery packets and probable cause statements point that out. I did not. This is one instance where I didn't call the police. See, they try to say like I'm a cop calling snitch, blah, 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 which, what would that matter when you're fucking with me in real life? I've got instances of Gotcha Man and all these other people who don't get fucked with to this level, but have been fucked with maybe once or twice, and had, like, this recently, this dude got called on and they lied and said that he was hunting deer improperly and didn't have a tag for the deer. And he called all those people pieces of shit and stuff that do that. But I kind of find it hypocritical when he's literally, in instances, been, commenting like almost he is supporting and like giving thumbs up to him. But at the same time, and you have people that have commented on his stuff acting like they support what he say and are friendly towards him. But guess what? When he said that the other day, I've seen some of them comment and say, it doesn't matter if you're in a hunting or country rap community, whatever. There's trolls everywhere, and we trolls like to get a reaction. And that's just it. I mean, that's just the way it is. And that's not just it. That's not the way it is. That's just what has happened and evolved. It doesn't mean it's right. Uh, are you going to say the same shit about when these adults do the fucked up predatory shit they do? Are you going to say that's just the way that it is? No, it's an aspect that's happened in society that fucking needs to change. Needs to be eliminated. This low-cal subculture is not, it's antisocial at its fucking core. It's not in the interest of spreading awareness or getting people to be aware of dangerous people. All that bullshit they try to say that they do it for, that's not it at all. Whenever they're up there and they're laughing, saying it's about the reaction and everything, it's about them getting laughs and them getting popularity and getting claps from people watching it and being entertained by it, from them getting money for it because people somehow are giving and donating money because they must essentially have fallen for and believed at one point when they heard them say it's about spreading a message and making people aware of a dangerous person. And other people give money just because they enjoy them doing it and like the entertainment. Now, imagine that. But it's antisocial. Like, could you think the only other worst thing I can think of the top of my head of doing with money besides that is spending money on fucking drugs? Donating money to fucking causes that don't handle the money right and are, engaged in fraud and shit. Like, somebody comes up with the fuck square fund. You have to really, like, if anybody is donating to that because they really, uh, I mean, it's if you're donating to that and you're trying to get people to think and believe that you really hate and despise me that much, then why the fuck, when any of you's on panel, the people in the chat that are saying stuff, see, you don't get to hear their cadence, their voice, their tone when they type this stuff. But if they come on panel, just about every instance, you have none of them, none, that have brought up things except for once here or there. They kind of keep like a stoic, level tone. But in all other instances, like when I'm on a panel and they're trying to, barrage and attack me in 4-on-1, they're giggling, they're laughing, or they're saying it in a tone that you can tell is not serious, or, what have you. Coming in a chat constantly every time that I show up and say RIP Hogan's, that's not because they are saddened and wanting people to remember those people. It's not because they care about or are saddened by the instance and scenario where, when that accident happened, 2 people tragically, unfortunately, lost their life. And I wish, again, that I had not been released from work early, because then it wouldn't have ever happened. But I am not going to sit here and be bombarded to pretend at all just to try to appease people or anything. I will always stick by the facts that I am not fucking responsible for that car crash. The law said it, the insurance said it, and the relative of their family told me that. So you can get 50, 60 people on here all that you want saying that I am. But none of you will ever pull the fucking paperwork or anything else and have anything of substance that actually points to me being it. Pam tried to say I was intoxicated when that wreck happened, but the police just, they got my blood. They saw I was intoxicated, and they said, "Oh well." Are you? Do you think people that are watching are that fucking dumb or something? That's an insult to their intelligence. I said, so Pam, you think that people just get away with murder and wrecks all the time? I have seen so many wrecks here lately, Mackenzie Shrilla and all these others, a state trooper, fucking cop. Now, you talk about the blue line of silence, blue wall of silence, and to a degree, yeah, stuff like that happens. Cops cover for other cops. But in this instance, state trooper woman was, drunk, over the limit, hit somebody, killed them, and they were arrested and prosecuted. So what the fuck makes you think that I'm going to get, when I gave consent? If you're going to try to say, well, he didn't give consent for his blood to be taken and they wasn't able to get it, if you're going to make that statement, back it up with the fucking traffic report. But I haven't ever heard them make that statement. They just say and assume, like Pam's comment, weren't you intoxicated? Well, where did you get that idea, Pam? You've not seen the traffic report. I've never said I was. I said, I clearly pointed out on one stream that I was coming back from work in the early hours of the day. The one time that I got pulled over and investigated for DUI, I got released after doing my field sobriety test. Cop commented and said that, he's steadier than I am. That was before the wreck and everything too. So now, if I had had that, I wouldn't have been as steady, obviously. Yeah, and they're not doing it to make, because obviously they pointed out even that I don't feel bad about it, but yet they'll say that the reason they bring that up is to make me feel bad. They'll say that in instances, and then on the flip side, in other places and panels, or in their Discord, I guarantee you, they say it. Oh, it makes him feel so bad. He always brings up they won't get the traffic report. They won't get the traffic report. It's triggering him so bad. No, it's just it's not triggering, but it's aggravating that you try to sell that logic. I'm a logical, analytical, more left brain type of person. And the thought that you always talk about receipts and stuff, yet you won't even get a receipt that you can get under the Freedom of Information Act is fucking mind blowing. Why haven't you got it and put it up? Because I'm not the one up here making accusations. I don't have to. I do have it. Hell, my grandfather, me, and like I said, we were the ones that dealt with the situation, the police and everything. He sued the families for the money. Well, let's put it this way. If I had, let's say that, hypothetically speaking, that the insurance didn't want to pay out. Do you sue the insurance or do you sue the family of the person or the individual that you get into a car altercation with? You would sue the insurance. But I didn't have to fucking sue the insurance. When you have a authority of the state that that says definitively it was not that it was the other car that pulled into the path and failed to yield fault, the insurance company's not even going to waste their time trying to fight it. So yeah, they went ahead and they paid out. That didn't cost the family a dime. It didn't affect the family a dime. But I sued the family, they say. I mean, how could that work? Because the people that were in the wreck, unfortunately, are deceased. So how would me suing their any of their relatives, oh, how would they be responsible? You really think people are idiots? And if they really just do all this because they're happy to get me talking about the stuff like this right here, all it's going to do, I mean, then that's as far as it goes. It's never going to get to the point where they're going to grow and more people are going to subscribe to them. And because if they do, there's going to be people that would look into all this deeper than they will show and prove because they can't prove it. And once they find out, like, hey, they're fucking lying about this, and they have a YouTube channel or something, they would make a video like they don't even think or care because they know that it's not going to spread any further, or at least they're banking on it's not. The likelihood it's not, because if it did, they're actually taking risk of other bigger channels or what have you, or channels of equal size coming across their tomfoolery and deception, and then they would make videos and point it out, and that would backfire on them because just because so far they've been able to bully and get people pressured to not support me and stuff like that, or defend, they're not, it won't last forever. Just like I've always said, this people not getting in trouble criminally will not last forever. As we have a prime example of Snaggy. I didn't call the police. I was sitting at home minding my business. The police came and I interacted with them. Now, if I had something to hide or whatever, I could have just said, I'm not speaking without a warrant. I'm sticking to my Fifth Amendment. No, I interacted. I gave him my cell phone immediately, all that. I cooperated. But that was the end of it. They went and contacted the reporting party back. And when they tried to ask and inquire about how they were hacked and do you have evidence, they said, I'm not even sure if you're a real cop. They got hateful and insulting, and then they hung up. And the police officer could confirm the voicemail and stuff from on his phone that he presented as evidence and submitted is the recipient's phone number and is from the recipient, because I can confirm that number is his number as I contacted him on that number, and he called our sheriff's department and left the number on file for us to contact him and reach back out to him. You would think if you're gonna you would think he would have used a text now or something type of number to do all that, and then used another type of text now number or what have you to contact me. But no, this motherfucker's so drunk and stupid. Because JM's laid out the formula for how you do that. Oh, I can make my name say John F. Kennedy or whatever. But no, Snaggy was so drunk and fucked up. He didn't think at all when he done that. And he has the memory of them sending the police here and everything, and none of them ever getting in trouble. So he was under the assumption that he didn't have nothing to worry about. He's heard Fusion and all them say, oh, his police don't like him there. They know he's an idiot, blah, blah, blah. So that's what you get when you fucking listen to other people that don't know shit about what they're talking about.
Gang bang. Bang bang.
Yeah,
bang bang.
I mean, and honestly, Tim, I see, I know I said this a few times, but I mean, like, that way, the way it's just like, I was that person, like, that needy little bitch boy back in the day. I mean, I swear to God, I was fully on your.
She starts to change him. It's like she doesn't remember exactly what she says, and then
it was even more funny that old Filthy, right, who's fucking hide his page and is in hiding right now, probably from embarrassment, tried to say, oh, we're handling that. We're going to get in contact with the chief. Go ahead, get in contact with the chief. Chief didn't have anything to do with it. And thanks for that being documented and saying that, because now, if anything were to try to happen where they tried to, file motion to dismiss or whatever, no. Not with that probable cause statement and everything. No. You're not getting it dismissed. You don't, it's funny for the people who tried to they tried to say one time, one of their excuses was why I didn't have anything happen with the wreck is because my grandfather, or was it they said that my boss at the time, my friend Saul, one or the other, had used their influence and curried favor with the state patrol to get me to basically have me protected and not held accountable. I could not believe when that came out of their mouths, because that is just the most ridiculous shit I have ever heard. And then you hear them talk about how much I'm a nobody, I'm this, I'm that, I'm an ugly little hobgoblin, all this shit. But yet you think I've got enough power or had enough power ever to get, it doesn't, it's not congruent. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute.
like, yeah, bitch, you're lying. It's like for years I was collecting all this shit. I'm like, yeah, she's lying, and I knew every time she collected a new dick pic, I knew exactly whose it was by the way.
I don't want to hear the dick pic story.
Believe me when I was saying that, I had
No, I
lied. There was somebody, it was an audio call, okay? There was somebody else that was on that call with us and heard the same thing. I'm not giving up that person's name, okay?
It doesn't matter who it was. It doesn't matter about that. It just, if AJ is an adult, if he wants help, he's got resources. I will help him. I will help him.
I told him he needs to report that. I said, that's some serious accusations. And if
it really happens, hillbilly as a drunk sitting up there talking about how he will help somebody. Dude, you need to get help yourself.
He said it did
I know.
happen, and he told me what exactly she did. Again,
Poor guy.
it's like, okay, then you need to report it. You
Or at least get talk therapy.
Yeah, she shouldn't be getting away with it.
We got one drunk trying to get another drunk help. I mean, unless I'm wrong now, I'm starting to wonder, are they speaking about deadly? I could be incorrect, because I'm not paying fully attention to all this. At the moment, I'm trying to clean and move this shit up off of here.
No, I agree with you on that, but like talk therapy would probably help that young man greatly. Like,
seriously, this
I wants to help own man now, right?
I don't see a spot where Pam's not up there.
Yeah, I don't even remember Hillbilly being up there. I think this was after everything happened, maybe. Fuck, I don't know. And he don't have it up, so I can't go thumb through it.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know either.
Well, thankfully, Iceman has, but if he hadn't, I would have just had to upload it to a secondary channel and or Rumble myself. I just hadn't got to, like I usually just download stuff or record stuff and sit on it. I'm not doing it to re-upload it and get, attention with it or nothing. That's not the point of it.
No, you don't, but you want dick pics, don't you?
Sure.
You want them on hard though. You don't want them on soft.
Why don't you go ahead and yell at your nephew and call him the N-word and tell him to bring you another beer?
All right, nigga, I'll tell you that. What?
Yeah.
Just right there, he said the N-word. And then you got people up there like Fusion, who's made an AI thing of me saying that Jimmy, who again was somebody I've never had any interaction with on here, calling him an N-word, and it's AI voice modulation replication from Elven Labs of him taking, because they've got plenty of times of me talking, plenty of audio and stuff of it to be able to upload and do it. But they agreed that they wouldn't do it unless it was their voice or something that they had the permission to do. So they could get in trouble over that, but they don't give a shit. And that attitude of just thinking you can get away with stuff is not a good attitude to have, because sooner or later it catches up. It does. Now, I'm speaking from experience. Not the same type of category, like me messing with people like they do, or fucking with people and breaking the law and stuff. I'm, in things where I lied about stuff or hid things in my personal life when it came to when I was dating somebody or whatever. I pretended like I was the same age as Kayla when we started first dating. You know why? Because she was 2 years older than me. I was 18 and she was 20, and that I was insecure about it. But eventually I owned up to it. I didn't get caught. Or no, actually, no, I take that back. I randomly just going through the day, I didn't think about it. And I had my license and let her look at it. And she, over just a few, through thought was like, "You're only and right then I said, well, chickens have come home to roost. And I just acknowledged it and straight up said, I was insecure and I didn't, you 2 years older than me. I said, and that's the facts, and that's maybe a lesser, not as an intense or a serious example, but it's the same principle, whether it's you lying to do with something that's related to personal life or public, or if you lying to the police like Snaggy, it's all the same thing. You should not ever think that you can just always get away with stuff. Do sometimes people get away with things? Yeah, they do. But do they really? Because later on down the line, something similar may happen to them back. So, karma doesn't always hand things exactly back to you the way you put them out. But in essence, the same type of energy or what have you, the same, in essence, comes back to you. The same essence you put out can come. What you sow, so shall you reap.
Say it. Yeah, go ahead, say it.
Say what? I've got fucking
No, Hillbilly, I had made the commitment that I wasn't going to be and interact with you, and if I drop a link, you'll just say, "Oh, it'll be glutton for punishment. He played in. He's a trained good boy. We got him. Hillbilly trolled him." And if I don't drop the link, "Oh, I'm pussy. I bet you won't. Like you won again. You scared." So, I mean, what would be the point in doing it or not doing it? Really, there's no point. There's no point whatsoever. But you know what? Clearly, here's the point. You're triggered. You're upset. You're in my live wanting me to drop the link because you know what I'm saying is fucking right. And it's gotten to you. And, because you've been unblocked. You could have been in here the whole time. Now you just now coming up here and saying something. Yeah, sometimes karma's just slow. You got that right.
All right, you fucking nerd. You nerd. Would you rather me call you a nerd, bitch boy?
Jimmy Fusion.
Where don't even act like you don't use that N-word, because I've heard that N-word come out your mouth just like babies.
She's never heard no. Oh my God, she's never heard an N-word come out my mouth unless she happened to see the video of me as a minor and say it with an A. If she's trying to allege that I've ever said the N-word with an ER or ever said the N-word with even an A, while this age and like what have you, and on my live or another's live, she is full of fucking shit. Just like she said, you were intoxicated with the wreck and all that. I mean, you have to see, some of you have to see that I'm making a point because there's no way I could have been intoxicated, have blood drawn, and then that, I mean, and then still get the insurance to pay out without having to fight with them at all. So if you lie about that, I mean, it ain't nothing to lie about someone saying the N-word.
He needs a throat punch. He needs a fucking throat punch.
Yep.
Rip them vocal cords.
He needs his throat punch. And she's saying it and agreeing with the guy who literally said the N-word just a few fucking minutes ago, and who said it by telling his nephew to get him a beer. Mostly all of the community, even myself, not in the same severity or same exact scenario, but in other scenarios like making memes of people, stuff like that. Two wrongs don't make a right. There is nobody in this community that's not been hypocritical. Some are continuously hypocritical, all the time, ongoing. Some are hypocritical within a minute or two in the same fucking instant, like that right there. I said, "You said the N-word." And he said, "Yeah, I did, N-word." Miss Pam, 2 minutes later, "You said the N-word on some." Are you really trying to, hypothetically, let's say that I did. So you got no problem with him doing it? Even though I didn't say it. I said hypothetically. And how come there's no receipts ever pulled? There's no receipts shown. Not one time when I've been on panel with people hardly do they ever show a receipt. And way back when sometimes they did, it was video that I didn't cut. You've got a clip of me reading chat comments on Harlow's panel when I was still cool with Harlow and Bambi. And you're reading it, and I'm reading what fucking Kyle said and threatened towards Harlow or Bambi one. I can't remember exactly. Maybe it was both. And it was gang rape, gang and then grapes, that term. And different. And I said, and they cut it and start the video right when I'm reading the fucking comment. And I said, "Oh, so death threats, huh?" And then cut. So you don't have the full context of what the fuck I was just saying there. But they try to point it out like, "Oh, I say, Deadly is fucked up individual. I don't see how they could be over there supporting him and have a wrench and be caught seen over there when he said stuff about Kim's daughter and said that he was going to grapes my niece." They spoke clipped just me saying they're great, and says that I'm self-admitted to. You see what I'm saying? It's just stupid. They got no legs. They got no legs to stand on. At least Seth had one leg to stand on.
It's liberal. I voted for Kamala Harris. Miss, I fucking.
Here comes the attack. Remember, it went Miss Pam, so now he's attacking you.
Yeah, I'll be right back, faggot.
Oh yeah, now I'm attacking her.
I'm gonna have to.
Oh yeah, now I'm attacking her because I'm fucking pointing out the things about her that are not good, like her being Kamala. Like she is nobody that I'm ever going to give a crap what she says. I mean, other than correcting her bullshit she's trying to say and allege is not good. When it comes to her, saying I'm bad or I'm this or that, I don't. I'm sitting here hearing this from somebody that supports people not having gun rights. I'm sitting here listening to somebody that supported Kamala Harris, who would have made our country 10 times worse than what it is right now. I'm sitting here and hearing somebody after what they done with Bambi, even if I'm not, Bambi's best friend, still how she done Bambi was fucked up. Like, why the fuck would she think? I don't know.
You're an idiot. Yeah, I'm gonna call somebody a miss after they just sounded you broke punch. You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, rage boy. Let's hear that.
Oh yeah, that was so ragey.
Yeah,
I was so angry.
He loves coming up here.
40-year-old people are fucking 40-year-olds.
Women anymore. Get another domestic violence. You already got 3.
I guess this is rage right here too.
Yeah, we're undefeated. 4-0, baby.
Bro, you just talk. Now that's what really does kind of anger me a little bit. Just from the simple fact that he just laughed and said he's undefeated and freely accepted that he's got them, and he confirmed it. He just admitted it. That yeah, I do have those charges, those convictions of domestic violence, and I don't give a fuck about them. You think you're ever gonna get support and widespread traction? You was just okay with accepting the fact that you put your hands on a woman or women 3 fucking times, and in the presence of other family and stuff. Young ones. You're a piece of shit, dude. You are a literal piece of shit. I didn't even remember that. I don't even think I caught that when he done that. Because there's so much talking and shit going on. They're trying to, they're trying to drown me out.
Shit out of your ass.
I never had.
He raped a married woman, and the husband.
Yeah, okay.
He raped a married woman, and then he put a restraining order on her husband.
Yeah, I thought that one too. I did.
Square was saying, hey, Square did an essay on that lady, and he went to jail for it, went and got in lockup, and that lady.
And you aren't going to do anything because if you do,
you're lying, Square. You know this happened.
On you, so
you're not telling exactly at all what I
don't care who you call on me. I never sexually assaulted a Uber driver or a Lyft. Never.
Now I Uber driver.
It's disgusting.
So now I done. So apparently I had done. They're trying to say that grapes has happened twice to an Uber driver and someone else. And I went to jail, but somehow I just magically got released, and come on, people, it don't take fucking a person with an IQ of fucking 20 to see that the inconsistencies in this bullshit.
Sure.
Hey, the longer he stays up here, it just proves. Okay, everybody mute.
Now, goodbye. Everybody else.
Pretty sad, man. You gotta bring somebody because you can't get nobody to get you.
About the life.
He wants to be with you.
Say what you gotta say.
I got a rusty nail. Square, I got a rusty nail. You want me to send it to you in the mail?
I don't care.
He's just in a rusty nail. I got one of the old railroad spikes. It's all rusty. I'll send it to you.
Beat them up 3 times.
I'll tell you, I'll send you that rusty old railroad spike.
Look, they're trying to insinuate and tell me to kill myself. They're basically saying, go ahead and finish the job. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. We want you to kill yourself. I'll send you a rusty nail. And then Fusion's first thought is thinking of sexual shit, talking about, fuck.
Hey, you keep calling her a bitch, and I'm gonna treat you like a bitch you are. Stop calling her
Bitch,
a
bitch,
bitch.
bitch.
You're gonna kill me and stuff. And you think that I called somebody that you wouldn't have gotten a visit already? I haven't called anybody on you.
Listen to me for a second,
Maybe I will.
sir. Go back to all hey, go back to you're gonna stay up here and you're gonna take fucking pussy.
Oh, he ran off. Little bitch boy.
Fucking pussy.
He is bitch boy.
My bad, y'all.
No, I said all I need to say. You was getting ridiculous. All of you were getting ridiculous.
Hey, thanks for letting me up, dude.
Later, Hillbilly.
I'm just glad that he finally got to talk to Fusion at least a little bit.
Yeah. Got enough milk to last us a month.
You're 40 years old and you're glad of that. Okay.
He's gonna go live.
Oh, definitely he will.
Oh, he's squirming right now. Without a doubt.
How did he end up on the panel? Did he just show up?
He just popped in.
No,
After talking about Deadly yesterday, he just popped in.
For the past half hour, I let it go back and forth in the back chat. Like I said this, right? When Mustard Dude gets back on the panel, right? Mustard Dude gets back. Listen, I was muted. I let Mustard just had it. Go. Do what you want. Yo, come on, man. He loves it. He loves it.
That's why I was calling Mustard. Mustard, where are you, Mustard? Mustard knows the story.
Listen. Now, when I say this now, I know I do.
We got nothing but an echo chamber circle jerk going on now. Just rubbing each other's backs and jacking each other off, essentially, virtually, of course.
I just turned 51, right? So now I see.
Not
like that, but well, not the murder part of it. But like any attention at that time would be good for me, even if it's negative attention. So he likes negative attention as well, right? He does. Right?
You
see how manipulating he is, y'all, when he's like, "Oh, Miss Pam, oh," and then he starts fucking being nasty to women.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! You just fucking said that you love. You just said you're 4-0 to domestic violence to women, and then he wants to sit there and say, "But he's being disrespectful and manipulative to women." No, I was trying to be from the get-go nothing but respectful. And what did she do? Intoxicated, killed him, blah blah blah. Fuck, no, you're lying. This, that, getting more and more negative towards me. And finally, I said, "Fuck you, bitch." That's not manipulative. You fucking idiot. If somebody's gonna tell you to kill yourself and stuff, what the fuck would I look like still sitting there calling her a miss? You fucking kidding me?
Well, I mean, like, now listen. Here's the thing. I'm sorry. We've heard everything he said, and he acts like we're all dumb, and he don't remember because he's so fucking high.
No, that's not it at all.
Hanging out with Bambi, acting like a gangster, like he can whoop everybody's ass and thinks everybody's his friend now.
I've never tried to act like I'm a gangster. That's a lie.
That's why when I said to Pam on the panel, I was like, "No, listen, Pam knows."
When have I acted like I'm a gangster?
Like I'm seeing the pattern. The pattern is this too, right? Now, as far as the when he just attacks the women and stuff, attacks people, right? It's like
Just a lot. Like, this place is fucking crazy. This part of YouTube is fucking insane.
I'm seeing like I see
William, you sat there and kept your mouth shut the whole time because you knew you couldn't say anything.
Like that. How much? Like I used to be 25 years.
How much?
I mean, what's funny is people talk about him. I think some people on here, like Pam did.
My God, what I'm about to tell you happened just a few days ago. If you're caring for someone,
I can't skip the ad right now. I'm fucking doing shit in the kitchen.
My family had to make one of the most painful decisions of our lives, placing my grandmother in a nursing home because of her dementia. She didn't recognize anyone anymore.
Let me let you outside in a second.
And caring for her at home had become almost impossible for our family. It hurts to say this, but we just didn't know what else to do until one of the nurses tried something very simple. One spoonful of honey mixed with a natural homemade spice, almost forgotten through the years. We weren't expecting anything, but what happened left me in complete shock. My grandmother, the same woman who couldn't even remember her own name, looked at me, my dad, and my brother, and spoke each of our names right then with a strong, steady voice. She even said, "My head feels so light, like everything just cleared up. I'm serious." It was the first time in months we saw a real sparkle in her eyes, and I couldn't stop crying. If you haven't heard about this honey trick yet, I left the link right below. Click the button to watch.
Unfortunately,
love is struggling with memory
I'm
loss,
strongly
I swear
suspicious on
it's
this.
worth giving this a try. Studies
Oh
have
yeah,
shown that
worth giving a try.
97% of participants in tests conducted by researchers from Harvard, Yale, and Emory experienced visible cognitive improvements in just 8 days using this natural approach.
That
The key effects were
might be something
cleansing
to it.
brain toxins that quietly drain memory over time, reactivating acetylcholine, the crucial neurotransmitter for memory, focus, and attention, clarity, focus, and independence slowly returning, even for those who seem to have already lost the battle. This natural recipe is already changing the lives of more than 12,000 people, and it might be exactly what you've been looking for. Free access stays online for only 24 hours, and the site has been unstable due to heavy traffic. If the button is still showing for you, it means there's still time.
Come on, god dang, how long is these
Learn
fucking
this ritual
ads?
today to restore your memory, clear your mind, and take back your independence.
Yeah, we get it. Yes, hold on. As soon as I'm walking back here, I guarantee the fucking thing is gonna end.
Before we
Shit.
get to see the hear the call. I needed that. Okay.
You can fast forward a little bit till it's like just be Dudley, Galactic, and William up there.
Yeah, I think it was
Okay.
just the three of them, and then Pam comes up when she's doing the calls.
Yeah, because I recognize the voice.
Yeah, because you come up there to that.
Hillbilly comes back too.
Trying to come.
Does Hillbilly come back too?
Nobody cares about the racist Glenn Whitmer. Fucking Facebook is public profile saying my name. Like, I don't give a shit about you, dude. You think I'm gonna conform to? You think you can reverse psychology me with that? Bet you don't. And that I'm gonna just bow to you and drop the link? I don't think
Put it on
so.
speaker
Huh.
so we could hear it. So
Right. I know how much it irritates you and Spot to be able to talk over here. He said it clearly when he tried to fucking manipulate Mocon.
They're gonna be looking at your dick pics now. She erased all that shit.
Why you wiping your eyebrows, William? You quick to it. You wiping your brow, mother? Damn, she gonna send your dick out.
Ain't nobody ever getting a picture of my dick. Huh. Never have, never will.
Was it before the gangbang twisted? I thought it was after that.
I'm not fucking insecure to the point that I gotta do that. I ain't fucking old Gandy Dan that wants to try to hook up with who all he try to hook up with? Miss Jasmine.
Well,
you can't. She's lying.
She's lying.
Cheating on his wife.
Damn, like I thought you believed her for a little bit because he was kind of co-signing all that.
That's another old ass dude. Old ass compared to me. Like,
So I'm gonna drop down off the panel.
if you're older than my brother, or if you're at least my brother's age or more, you're old.
Just acknowledge that if there is help out there, if you need help, hey, William,
I'm
if you need
fucking
talk therapy,
born in the late part of the mid I'm mid 90s. So if you're 1988 and before on that, you are fucking, to me, you are old. And
I'm sorry for fucking up your panel.
factually, mathematically, you are older by however X many years. Like the 40-year-old, he's born in 85, right? So 85 to 95 would be 10 years.
More debilitating than.
So 8 years ahead,
I ain't heard a
and supposed to be whatever, like mature and all this and that. And you look at both
So
of
do
us.
we know where it's at or we don't know where it's at?
I'm not the one with the criminal record of abuse and violence.
So did not. I thought it was after. Maybe it was.
I'm not the one that has had 2 fucking EPOs
That's only because
active on me at the same damn time from women that I beat.
Bringing it up and talking about it makes you feel horrible, and it was all your fault. And I understand what you're talking about, but I mean, it's when you went to it.
I haven't
at some point feel
done anything like that.
Was lifted off your
I think it was before.
The only thing he can point to and try to act like is that, he lives with, he's probably living off
Hillbilly walked
a
out
woman
on the
still
street.
now that he is abusing or something,
Insecure the way I look,
and
goddamn
she
right.
pays for a
Ugly
lot of
bastard,
stuff.
Christianity, this,
You know,
that,
so he has this
my
little flex that,
insecurities.
I'm not
You
with
get
any
jealous
family
of
members of
yours.
mine. Yeah, well,
It is,
I don't
Jack.
give a
I mean,
shit.
I
Like,
don't give a
that's
fuck
got
about
nothing
how
to do with
that shit gets
anything.
sale. But I mean, like,
Why are you
the
trying to
guys
compare
that
yourself to me?
yeah,
Do you, I
don't
mean,
do that. Don't
if
do
you
that.
want to compare that, okay, we can compare that, and we can, you know.
That's weird
But
behavior.
once we get
I
on
mean,
to
me
the
personally,
abuse
guys,
and the
you can say the
violent
same.
stuff,
I'm not. I mean, listen,
you ain't got nothing
like
to
I
say
told
but
my sister,
lies.
like, whatever females I hang out with, whatever we call it a day.
You
But as
know,
far as
I didn't have any
One of these
that shit
problem
gets
I'm like totally
saying
Are you guys
certain
both
and
on it
sharing
right now?
certain things that had happened,
Can I
but
say hi?
y'all take them and
I
you
don't know,
make
but I
them
feel like
times
bashing.
10,
I just play
or
the
they
wrong
don't
fucking
exist at
thing.
all.
Yeah.
All I know is I was on panel for a while and then I went off.
Somebody,
And then the phone calls started coming in to
you know, it's
Kyra,
just stupid.
and she was playing him, and I recognized his voice, and that's when I went back up on panel.
Yeah, Pam wasn't up there when the call first came. It was just the three of them, William, Kira, and
Let's say I'm hanging out or doing so and so. Oh,
20
I'm
minutes
over
before
there
4 a.m. gang banging.
doing butt stuff
chicken.
supposedly. They're you know, stupid, homophobic, sexual focused thought mindset,
I mean, from what I
saying that and then doing drugs, then gotta bring drugs into it, try to sell it like, you know, coming from a place of care, like, you know, I'm anti-drug, knowing that if anything, the people mostly that are saying the drug shit, they're fucking on drugs.
Who's anybody talking to who? Like, no.
I guarantee you fucking, you know fucking Kyle has an addiction. Just because I may not be exactly sure of what it is, don't mean Jack from shit. Jack from Daniel. It don't mean Jack from Daniels, I mean to say. Like, it's still all related. 40 years old and obsessed with social media and fucking drama and
That bitch is seen in the woods. They think
living in a fucking
you know.
subculture environment that you would never share, probably make known and openly talk about to a bunch of people in your real regular life. Because you fucking know how you would, not how you could, how you definitely would be perceived. Be perceived as a fucking, all types of shit they would think about you. Like, you do what? Like, you put up pictures of the dude's old grandfather that with like a gunshot through his head or whatever. You put pictures of him up like this and that and the third. Like, you say that you're gonna kill him, and you're actually planning on sometime maybe going down there to try to put up fires or some shit and go like run up on him or something. Like, you're gonna, you know, they'd probably slap the shit out of you on the back of your head. Are you fucking crazy? What's wrong with you?
Yeah. And no one can come over here and say I'm bullied anybody because they bullied the fuck out of me the past few days. So.
No, it's not bullying. You know, we're not in school and we're not young like that anymore. We're adults now. It's not bullying. It's targeted harassment. That's all that it is. It's part of the stupid online little niche subculture of that got started with Chris Chandler originally, and the word locale not being used and created till like 2009. So 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's the word has existed for 16 years. I'm older than that fucking word.
She ain't even talking.
You know, so it does not, like, anybody letting it rule themselves or their life. It's fucked up that some communities of trolls have gotten the people down to that level.
In Louisiana.
But you know,
no, you're not coming up here.
it's not right. You know, it's just stupid. It's sad and disheartening, but I'm not going to allow myself to be affected by a fucking word that is not even.
And keep it going. Keep it going.
MC, you're so
What?
lame.
Oh, is that MC? Oh, I need to shut the fuck up. He popped his head out of the fucking grass. He ain't called me in a long time. This is the longest time he has not called me ever. The longest time. And that ain't an invite either, motherfucker, if you're out there watching this.
It's After the
That's
game.
9 years ago, and you don't even know it.
That's what I thought after
Well,
the game.
Twisted says it's not. Twisted says it's not. I'm trying to hear it.
I promise. Like, you start back up,
According to
MC.
the chat records I have, me and Twin
You'll
was
see.
discussing
I'll leave it at that.
the call come after the game back.
You'll see what
Can
Yeah, because I was
what
on
your
panel for a while, then I went off, and I came back up on panel
now.
when the
I mean,
calls,
I have
when I could
so
hear
many
the calls, the
calls and
person's
so old
voice.
voicemails saved
That's
from
when I
you.
went back up.
It would not. I mean, hell, it wasn't. What
feels illegal
Snaggy
to say,
did
but
was
here's how Trump might
not
make you
even
rich.
a
Take a look at this map.
third. You can't even
The
say it
purple
was a.
spots on this
I
map
don't
mark
know
the
what you could say.
locations
It
of
wasn't
cable
even
stations
half.
spread
It's
in
like
the
half
United
of a
States.
third
And thanks to a
of
landmark
what all
2024
you've
Supreme
done in
Court decision,
comparison and how many
Washington
times
is
you've
set to
called.
release it for the first time in
Like, he called
161 years.
16
Now, let me
times.
explain.
16
years,
fucking
we've been
times.
told
That's it.
America is bankrupt, that our
Over
empire
2
is
days,
doomed.
because the
But
law
there's a
says
side to
2
the
or
story
more
you've never heard
unwanted
before.
calls.
Hi, I'm Jim Rickards, former advisor to the CIA and the Pentagon. And the real story began more than a century ago. In 1873, Congress quietly
Snaggy,
established something
he
they
got
call
the
a
police on
secret
himself
trust
for
of the American people.
making the false report.
For
If
more
he had
than a
never made
century,
that false
this fund
report,
has quietly grown.
or if somebody else
Yeah.
had, or if he was able to somehow maybe mask his number better, which, if he had used a different number, here's the thing though. Even if he had used the text now number, right? Even if he didn't give them the actual, or if it wasn't the same number that he used to fuck with me on, even if he was just that little bit more, somewhat altering, and trying to conceal himself, ultimately, the voicemail he left, what really fucked him, because he's recorded, and like the police may have just talked to him one time, but I mean, I don't know for other people, but I can usually recall and tell a voice very quickly, even if I've only met the person one time or something. And if they want to double check and confirm, which they kind of have to, if they're going to charge you and believe and allege that it was you, then they would get the recordings from the fucking station when you made your call and listen one, and listen to the other. Listen one, listen to the other. Confirm, yep, that's the same person. Like, he used a different number, That's all that would do. It would not have he just made it super ton more easier for the cop, actually. I mean, he didn't really cloak himself at all. He was arrogant. He claimed that they laughed at me on the phone with him. So what's he going to try to say now? Oh, they must have listened to that live. He sent it to them. And so they prosecuted me because they didn't like the fact I told that they laughed at him. No. They charged him way before that live happened. But it didn't. Here, I'll give you the actual timeline because it did not happen. He even told me that if something happens, it probably will be, it'll take a while. And the opposite was true. Let's see. Docket entries. Scheduled hearing and trial. Let's see what is November 20, 2025. Okay. Unredacted document. Probable cause statement filed 9/23/2025. To believe that on 9/9/2025. So that is Hold on. I'm 23, so that would be 13 days. Took 13 days. And then information was filed that same day. An arraignment was scheduled for 10/20, and a summons was issued on 9/23 as well. 9/10/2025. So from the 23rd to the 9th of October. It's about 18 days later. That was an entry of appearance. And then the 16th, which would be 7 days later, a certificate of mailing return signed certified mail was filed. And then on 10/17, 1 day later, return service certified mail success served to Rutherford, served date 10/7/2025, served time 16:04:13, service text. And then an arraignment was scheduled for 10/20, which was 3 days later. So it started on the 23rd of September, and it was set in full-blown swing and motion by the by the 20th, from the 23rd to the 20th. He's done got a whole extra month of it rescheduled. He said, "I knowingly believe that he has committed harassment in the second degree and false police report." He responded to harassment from Chris Rutherford that lived in Tennessee from Ian Wilson, who then provided screenshots of Rutherford's text messages and several phone calls that was sent to, upon arrival to Ian Wilson. I was then provided screenshots of Rutherford's text messages and several phone calls that was sent to victim's phone. In the text messages, there were threats made. See, he kind of, what he didn't really correctly state is that I handed him my phone. It wasn't so much screenshots, but he did though get screenshots of everything he'd seen for himself. So he had my phone. I'm not saying the officer's lying or anything. I want to make that clear. I'm saying that, and I'm not criticizing him, but the fact is that I handed him my phone, and he's seen the stuff, and he instructed me. It'll say here a thing. In the text messages, there were threats made from Rutherford to Ian. Rutherford had called Ian's phone several times. The victim did not answer the calls of Rutherford back because it has my name redacted in this document. So when I keep reading victims to my name, it seemed as if Rutherford was harassing Ian Wilson instead of Rutherford being harassed by Ian Wilson. I tried to reestablish contact with Rutherford with no success. On the 12th of September, I spoke to Chris Rutherford on the phone to his request. He explained to me that he wanted to apologize to Ian Wilson because he was not the one calling to complain about Ian Wilson. He believed someone hacked his phone number and used it to take his identity and make these false reports. Then on the 15th, which would be 3 days later, I spoke to Christopher on the phone again, and I wanted to ask if he would provide any evidence that his phone was in fact hacked. He got defensive and hateful, and then told me he did not believe I was a real cop. At approximately 22:30 hours, I contacted Ian Wilson and informed him that I received its emails containing the several screenshots and the one voice recording of Rutherford threatening him with legal retaliation and harassing him. The evidence provided by Ian Wilson will show one voicemail from the number blank, which they have it blanked out, which I can positively identify as Rutherford's. I can do this because I have used this number to contact Rutherford directly. Rutherford also contacted the sheriff's office and left this number on file as a callback number. Further evidence is provided in the screenshots of approximately 16 phone calls made to the victim by Rutherford's number over a 2-day span, along with text messages shared between the two. It should be noted Rutherford does not have a criminal history. Since he does reside out of state, I asked the court for a warrant of arrest on Rutherford. And he, in a way, technically got it but he didn't. He didn't get. He wasn't provided with a warrant to the level that he had to be picked up and would have been picked up by Tennessee. Because if he had gotten one that was fully, it would have been sent out, and Tennessee would have had heard of it, and they would have went and tried to make contact with him. Because it's like when I was first arrested for that crime that I just took somebody to, didn't know they committed a month later on. It was a warrant out of Dyersburg, Tennessee, and I got held here, and I was taken to the judge chambers, and he said, "Mr. Wilson, we got a warrant for your arrest out here." He said, "The thing is you're out of trade." He said, "You can fight extradition." He said, "But I'm gonna tell you right now," he said, "when they eventually get you, which they will, and overcome your objection of extradition," he said, "all the time you've spent locked up here," he said, "because you can't get a bond um, when it's out of state like this, what have you." He said, "all the time you spend here is not going to count at all if you happen to incur any other potential time from what you're got going on here." He said, "So you can either fight it or sign a waiver and go handle your business in Tennessee." And I said, "Where do I sign?" Oh, I mean, that was a no-brainer. Like, I mean, and he kind of smiled when I said that. Dude ain't stupid. I don't know. I don't want to waste a bunch of time. Like, I want to get to the bottom of this. 'Cause I didn't have any idea what exactly was going on. When they showed up, my response wasn't frightened or anything. It was just like, "Well, let's figure out what this is about. I don't know what it's about." And he said, "Well," my granddad's like, "Well, you're not going to figure it out." He said, "They're here to arrest you, you know." And they let me get dressed and brush my teeth and everything. And I went with them. But that stuff got handled relatively quickly, you know. The victim in that case, if there was, the person's checkbook that dude stole and had been using it, and it was on record that he used it and started using it way before the incident with me, and that I was only with him on that one occasion, and he used it also in 2 other states. And it was his grandfather's. His grandfather didn't even really want them to prosecute, but at that felony level, he had no say in it. They don't even need his testimony, and they didn't have to. But he did make sure to state also that tell them everything that he knew, and it was obvious that I didn't know shit from Shinola. He just used me as a ride because they'd had it documented he did not have a car in his name at all or own a car at the time. And he had an instance with somebody else with him on another occasion that drove. So it was clear. All this came out in, like, what I guess the beginning of discovery, and then charges get dropped after you secure counsel. I mean, it's not like I just had to sit there and it all got straightened out. Like, I had to hire counsel, obviously, and stuff, and attorney. But I did. I didn't use no damn public defender. He was excommunicated. Little king of the kill. Well, what's up? Sorry, guys, I wasn't looking at chat. I was doing other stuff, and I grabbed something to snack on real quick. I should have went ahead and got off. Drop a link, oh boy. Who's Tough Boy? Oh, that's probably somebody impersonating King of the Hill. It is. I love Brett Cooper. I love her content. I'm glad she's doing good now after what she went through.
It turns out we actually have a fairly well-funded organization in this country designed to support you. It's called the National Rifle Association. And I just want to ask you point blank, how much help did you receive from the NRA?
I didn't receive any help from the NRA. I know people who work with the NRA and they don't want to touch my case.
How could that be? How could the NRA, which has taken money from its members for 100 years, exactly for moments like this, how could they not help you?
I have no idea. One of the organizations that did step up and help me is the National Association for Gun Rights. They really stepped up to the plate, and they're continuing to help me to this day with some of my legal bills.
I'm glad someone's helping you. It turns out we actually have a fairly well-funded organization.
Shout out Kyle Rittenhouse, man. One of them dudes that went after him just got released from psychiatric hospital and had some fucked up past charges. Fucking. But the other instances, he didn't shoot. He was a great example of what you do in a defensive situation. People sometimes will ask, if somebody asks the question, do you shoot to kill or shoot to wound? Like, you know, you need to be very, very educated right correctly to even think that. No, if you're in a self-defense situation, it doesn't give you the right to take life without the goal. You eliminate the threat aspect. If you could take somebody out, or not take them out, but take a defensive shot, and it just, you know, keeps them from being able to continue to be a threat, but they're not, you know, going to die. I mean, that's an instance of somebody, and he done that with that one guy. What was his name? And the other guy had a gun, so he was full blown within his rights. The dude had a gun. Anthony, the dude that got shot in the bicep. What's his name? Gross Quartz something. I don't. Hold on. Age, Gross, something. Hold on. It was over the shooting of Jacob Blake. You know, he got the dismissed for the unlawful possession charge. Let's see. Joseph Rosenbaum, that's the fucked up dude from the mental hospital. 36. Anthony Huber, 26. And Gage Grosskreutz. Yeah. Gage is the dude that had the gun, and he just shot him once, and it hit him in the arm, and he wasn't a threat no more. Like, it didn't immobilize him technically, but he was holding his arm, you know, and he stopped basically messing. And after he had taken his defensive shot, you know, you see him put the gun down. You know, in other words, he doesn't turn around and sweep and point it at everybody. You know, he handles it really good in that scenario. You know, if you're in a scenario like that, your adrenaline is pumping. Like, you are in fight or flight mode. And you know, it is not, it's not something you ever want to fucking be in. All right? I don't ever want to have to be in one of those situations. Ever. And so you have to, that's why it's I think it's important to, now that we have the ability to see these videos and this is where people mess up, and then they have training videos like from that USCCA and different ones that show and did a drill, and it was like a fake scenario though, where people use lethal force. Which ones made mistake? Which ones would probably gotten prosecuted, and for you to see what exactly it is law, because they would do it through one form of law in one state. They do it from another form that was more strict. Then they do it from another one that's more lenient. Some of them, like one or two of them, didn't have a standard ground law, for instance. So in other words, they kind of more so think that you should retreat if you have the ability to retreat. We don't have that law here in Missouri. We have the opposite. Stand your ground.
Everything Turning Point is doing is wrong. So
Which is why I stood up on that panel and stood my fucking ground.
allow me to be very explicit, okay? I want war with all of you. Who? All of you.
If the enemy tries to come in and divide, you'll be able to see that very clearly, but we will all remain a united front, and the show will continue.
We're not just gonna keep on going and jump into a succession plan. We're gonna figure out what the hell happened on September 10th first. I just knew he was betrayed spiritually in the same way that Charlie knew he was going to die young. He also knew that I was the only person who was going to step up to defend him after he was gone.
We've been very intentional in a way that always keeps Charlie first and his dreams alive and his legacy going.
I helped build that organization, and that's why I am almost the perfect person to discern what is normal and what is abnormal. What? Everything Turning Point is doing.
Look, Candace is pointing out some things. I don't, that's not a video that's pointing her in a good light in a way.
Back in January of this year, someone notified me that Courtney Love wanted to reach out to me. We all know who Courtney Love is. If for nothing else, it's because the media has convinced most people that she had something to do with the murder of her husband, Kurt Cobain. When I made contact with her,
it would have been very hard for him to be able to commit suicide the way that they have it listed out.
It was because she had been watching my podcast and she knew that I was obsessed with the book Chaos. Courtney Love told me so much information in January of this year. It was like she basically wrote me a novel. I couldn't process it. It was information overload. And if she had sent that to anybody but me, someone would have looked at this information and said, oh, this is just crazy. So while I personally did not understand the nature of what goes on inside of Hollywood, I did start to understand it after everything happened with Ye. She explained to me that she was a toddler and she was experimented on at the Haight-Ashbury Clinic. For those of you, Haight-Ashbury, it's the intersection where they had this clinic and the hippies came, and this is when the CIA was just dosing them intentionally because they wanted to understand how to control minds. Courtney, who is writing a book on this, so I'm not exposing anything.
Yeah, they gave Whitey Bulger a shitload of doses of LSD and shit. They said that it fucked with his dreams, and a lot of people said that he didn't sleep well because of it, and they said that a lot of them think that it directly had an effect on just making him more. I'm not saying he wasn't evil. He's an evil motherfucker, but it just kind of made him even more fucking agitated and evil, because you got that. I wouldn't. Supposedly, when I was younger, a teen, me and Chris went to that party. I've shared this before. I took a dose. I actually took Chris's too, because he had stolen money out of my card. Right? I said that before too and told y'all. And what ended up happening was he gave me the money because I knew the person to get it, and I got it. And I thought about it. I'm like, man, he ain't never gonna pay me that money back. And so I took it, and I laughed at him and shit. He didn't do shit about it. The fuck's he gonna do? Shit, I was his bride. Huh. I picked him up and took him to school every day. He was a good friend of mine. I thought he was, but he's kind of almost too good of a friend where eventually y'all both gonna fight. I'm not saying that I ain't never aggravate him, but he definitely I think does deserve and was more aggravating towards fucked up towards me. But I still care about him. Like, I talked to him not too long ago. He called and checked up with me. You know, he's around Nashville still. He's he's got a little girl. He already had one child with somebody he used to be with that's out of state now. And, he's just telling me things that was going on. He's having a little bit of he's having some challenges, you know, like, and I've been there for him whenever he's needed to borrow a little bit of money or something. I'll help him, and hey, he paid me back, you know. But there's sometimes I straight up tell him like, "No, man, I ain't got it. Like, I don't, and I don't."
Told me that she was given LSD at this age. This is how she grew up. She grew up
See,
in this area, and she told me, I did not kill Kurt Cobain. That was a part of a psychological operation.
but luckily the stuff that I took, if it really was LSD and I didn't just get ripped off and given some fake ass blotters, I don't know, but I tell you, it definitely did have like a weird state of mind. I remember like feeling kind of floaty too. But as far as like visual hallucinations, no. Just made very weird state of mindset and like just questioning everything.
To make the masses look away from what the CIA was guilty of. And she then told me through a lot of messages that at the core of all of this is ownership. The best way to understand it is that when companies or individuals get too big and become too powerful, they send their agents to control them, to make sure that they are able to control their messaging. And if they cannot control those individuals, they will stage some sort of a hostile takeover of that brand or of that company or of that particular person. And there's a number of ways that can be accomplished. First and foremost, the psychosis. Oh my, she's having a mental breakdown. She needs a break. She's really tired. Brittany's been put in a psych 5150 hold. Kanye, he said he was just reading about
oh, motherfuckers, I want to go 50.
Bible and Harley Pasternak, and we got into his backstory, and MK Ultra suddenly puts him in a hospital on a psych 5150 hold, and somehow his wife, I guess, was cool with that. Another way that they accomplish this is via lawfare. They will bankrupt you. And Michael Jackson, despite the fact that he was beating Sony, he was owning his own catalog and almost owned the Beatles catalog. And that's when they swept in and they took down Michael Jackson. He died broke, right? And the people who he was fighting owned his catalog. Actually, in the news today,
that milk,
totally
as he calls
I saw Paris Jackson was in the news today. She's lost in court and she's still fighting over her father's legacy. It's insane.
Oh, dude, I just thought of a perfect meme. You know what a perfect meme would be? Fucking meme of like a Workyverse type cartoonish character to represent them, or one of their, and they got because Michael Jackson would call that propofol that he got from the doctor milk, and I remember he testified saying, please give me some more milk, and he would inject him with it. So we all have a meme of a little Workyverse character injecting their so-called milk up into their veins because that's what they act like. Like that's what y'all act like and come across. I don't even think you realize you don't even see yourselves. Just like I can't always see myself how I'm reflecting until you actually stop and think on it. But how can you think about it when every other word you're trying to get something and talk over somebody because you just want to try to disrupt them because that's the only fucking mechanism of action you can do with what you're fucking doing. It's just
Charlie was done with Israel bullying him, and I am now going to present you proof of what I am saying. This is an actual group chat, which happened 2 days before Charlie Kirk was assassinated. There were 9 people in total on this chat, including Charlie. So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, ugh. Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. So again, this is 48 hours before Charlie was assassinated. He was very clear and he was very explicit, and he did not back down, not in that Hamptons meeting, which they're all lying about, nor in this text thread.
Wow, Candace just dropped a bombshell. Do you think Charlie was ready to leave the pro-Israel lobby? Comment below.
Charlie was done with Israel.
Yeah, I do. It's not blaming Jews. It's not anti-Semitic. What it is it's talking about the Zionists. There are people over there that do not, and want things a certain way and want to control and influence over here. That's what AIPAC
There
is.
you are, Mr. Netanyahu! Just who do you think you are? Killing thousands and flattening
South
neighborhoods,
Park.
then wrapping yourself in Judaism like it's some shield from criticism. You're making life for Jews miserable and life for American Jews impossible. Oh, don't you roll your eyes at me, mister. You know what you're doing, and you're doing it on purpose. Well, now you can just sit in that chair, because I'm not going anywhere, Buster. I've been to every...
Damn. Kyle's mom or whatever in South Park went ham on old Netanyahu.
I know you're in favor in small government for a lot of issues. Drugs are a big issue in America. I was wondering, what was your perspective on recreational drugs in general, the legalization of drugs?
The mass legalization of drugs has been a major mistake in our country. I used to be for it, and I've had a 180-degree reversal, and I'll tell you why. I believe in a small but strong government with prudent and effective and, let's just say, common sense laws. I used to be one of those guys that was a conservative that said, if we really want to reduce government and make the cartels weaker, let's legalize weed, and that will really make the cartels weaker. And then we'll have less people in prison. Everything I believed was completely incorrect. We've seen more violent crime, not less. The cartels are wealthier and stronger than ever before. One of the arguments was, well, kids now are going to be able to not do harder drugs. That's not true. Kids are now getting into fentanyl and harder drugs earlier, because whether or not we want to admit it, marijuana is a gateway drug. That is a true fact. Kids don't just start with fentanyl.
Don't. There's some people that never start, that not everybody starts on marijuana. Some people never
that
even
mean
use
the
marijuana.
H-1B
They use,
visa
that's not true.
thing will not be a big
That's one thing with Charlie I'll disagree on.
priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
Well, we
a
have
country
plenty of talented
no,
people
no, you
here.
don't. No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have. You don't have certain talents, and people have to learn.
We don't have American talent. And he said that right after he said that the affordability crisis was just a figment of our imagination. It is a con. We have just made it up in our minds. He has no idea what we're talking about when we say that things are not affordable. I mean, like, what is happening here? How was he allowed to do this interview? Was he not prepped for it? Like, it's kind of incredible, unfortunately, how a single interview can just blow up an entire.
Yeah, I can't. I'm a little taken aback by stuff going on with Trump right now. But I'm not gonna make any snap judgments. You know, I can't imagine what it would be like to be the fucking president. Don't even want. I'm gonna watch one video with y'all, and then I'm gonna head on out. What is it? What is it? Oh yeah, Aslan.
So apparently,
Hold on, I'll try to share you all the screen. I
me
gotta plug
talking
in.
about Darkside Phil has created a ripple effect that I didn't predict.
You and I, because you've been here all night and you know me, you know I'm messing around. Guys, we already hit the goal. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's crazy that we got no support on Kick. Actually, it is. I'm shocked that no one came by to chill with me tonight on Kick and support at all. It is shocking.
Oh,
But
God.
it's
He's like, well, we're just joking around. But to be serious, though, it is actually true that nobody did support. And, like, that's crazy because, like, I was here all day and, like, nobody gave me any money. But, like, yeah, no, I was just kidding.
Not the end of the world. I'm not going to sit here and cry. I'm not going to sit here and, let me turn off features and shit. I'm not going to do that. But we're joking. And, like, you get the joke.
Okay.
But the morons of the internet don't.
I'm the
so
moron.
when someone will clip that segment and post it up on X again and be like, this is what happened tonight. These idiots.
That's what's happening right now.
actually think that's what fucking happened because they're that dumb. They're too lazy to take 10 fucking seconds to look at the raw content and see what actually happened. They just want to be the one to blow up the drama for personal gain. Whether it's some Joe Schmo nobody who watches it and laughs, whether it's a YouTuber that watches it and laughs.
A YouTuber.
Doesn't matter. You're watching fake content.
Oh.
But you don't care because
That's
you're
me.
dumb. It's sad. This is what the entire
I don't think that's a real Game Boy, by the way. I think, but speaking of fake content, I think that's a fake Game Boy.
generation has become of content creators, people who just make fake content. I watch something someone else made,
Yeah, I think
I
it's
react
fake.
to it, and it's nonsense because it's not real.
Uh-huh.
The content
Yeah.
you're watching is fabricated and fake. It's a joke. It's out of
Ooh.
context. You think it's real because you're
Everything's
stupid.
out of context.
But now, because you have a following, everyone hears it. Oh, so funny. Now we hate that person. and now there's absolutely no responsibility and no repercussion for the person who reacted. Why?
God. Uh-oh.
Why?
Uh-oh.
Why is there no
Who did
responsibility and
this?
repercussion?
Who could have
You
done
just
this?
created a piece of actual slander
Oh,
or
no.
defamation. Why are you not held accountable for it?
Defamation for what? For saying that you asked for money?
Because you're some big shot? No, fuck that. Everyone should be held accountable for their actions on the internet.
Oh, God.
Everyone, big, small. This is nonsense. And it's bullshit that people
It's
then have to
bullshit.
put up with the nonsense after. Lucky for
Were you faking it with the Tears of the Kingdom thing with the balls? Were you faking that one? How about that Donkey Kong thing where you kept getting hit by those spiky balls? You just kept getting hit by them over and over, and then you quit the game. You said it was bad. What was that fake?
for me, as
How
I've
many of
told
them
you
were
guys,
fake?
I have built myself a
You built what?
legacy where
You have built a legacy. This is true.
it doesn't matter what people say about me. I'm not going to get canceled, right? It doesn't matter.
You did get banned on Twitch. Why did he get banned on Twitch?
Probably not
Remember
big
why he
enough to
got
be
banned on
canceled.
Twitch? I forgot. Oh,
No.
God, bro.
I
Such a long
mean,
time
some of
ago.
us just aren't big
Who
enough to
of
be
any stature, it's
canceled.
moist critical,
You
as
have to
bingo.
be.
It
You have
doesn't
to have
matter
a
who
lot of
talks shit about
attention
me.
on you.
I'm still going to be here tomorrow. I'm still going to make the
That's true. And I have to respect DSP. I do. You got to respect Phil. He's still out there swinging, regardless of everything, regardless of how many million view videos that I put out about him or anything like that.
Well,
He's
but
still out there. Like, you got
he
to
might be
respect the
already
roach,
gone.
bro.
But if
Like,
you
this
see
dude
this
gets
later on or whatever, listen. I ain't got nothing against you, man. But I mean, you are very selective about things. Like, and it's hypocrite. Like, dude, do you not realize, all of you guys, everyone that's watched, I don't give a fuck if you hate me or whatever, or in between, don't really care, or if you got no issue with me and do agree with stuff I say. You have to fucking all of you got to see and be honest with yourself. Yeah. All of this shit, everything at the bottom root of it is just fucking backwards and hypocritical. You got people that bring up disrespecting and attacking women. Like, there's some big ass rule that says, you know, people are not allowed, women or men, or only men, or however the fuck they look at it, to ever speak critical or what, no matter what the woman says. If the woman calls him a raging fucking homo or fag or talks about it and he needs to kill himself or whatever, he should respond, well, I'm sorry you feel that way, madam. Like, get the fuck over. Like, especially when it comes from a motherfucker that just said when he got called out for his domestic violence charges, convictions, I'm 4-0, baby. Well, apparently, then that means you've got another charge that I wasn't able to find. Is it in another state or something? Like, because you only had 3 last I checked, but you got a 4th one? Or are you insinuating you're going to get a 4th one? Why did you say 4-0? It's not. I mean, it makes no sense. I could pull it up right now. Matter of fact, I will. You know, since you want to act like and pretend and use words to try to act like you know you're all right and you're happy with something happening, why don't we just give you what you want and find your hold on. Let's go, yeah. Domestic abuse, assault and battery. Vickery, Kyle, Ray, Fort Gibson. Oklahoma DA revolving fund, medical expense fund, sheriff fees, child abuse multidisciplinary account, 10% of CAM fee, warrant of arrest, writ issued sheriff and county, Oklahoma court information. Public information, y'all. Public information. You know, I got this fucker judging me falsely for shit that didn't even happen, and then fucking owning this like it's a goddamn trophy. State delivery, you realize, even with just a misdemeanor level, if you have any charges of violence, you cannot own a firearm. If the charge is violent and it exceeds the term of imprisonment for more than 1 year, so like a small, like fighting citation, or I think I think around here, it's peace disturbance by fighting, you know, no big injuries or nothing. I don't even think they're considered a misdemeanor. It might be. If it is, it's the lowest one. And there's no year jail time. But once you get up to a year or more in jail time, and it's a misdemeanor, felony, don't matter, federal thing of domestic violence or assault, whatever, physical assault, you cannot own a firearm. You're a prohibited person. If you have a EPO by a intimate partner, former intimate partner, spouse, or a family member, and intimate partner with who you share a child, or no, it could be an intimate partner or an intimate partner that you do share a child with as well. That is exactly why Brooke filed her EPO thing, claiming we had dated. Somebody looked through the law real good, and they determined, okay, in order for this EPO to have really any real effect, because they saw that I got through, like Cammie's the only one that got hers, and she only got it because I didn't object to it. I was ignorant in that situation and listened to somebody tell me it was no big deal, and luckily, she didn't claim we dated or anything, because I was reading it first and I thought, oh shit, like I'm not gonna be able to. Then I read it again and I said, oh, wait a second. It has to be former family, former intimate partner, spouse. So, that is why she put and said and claimed that we had dated. And I threatened her on phone, online, and threatened her towards her children. And that chat I was talking to y'all about and said that they had me, the account pretending to be me, say that was turned in as evidence, said hello to D's. Tell me why the very next thing they say is the threat towards Brookie. Don't say hi to anybody else. They don't, like, it's so fucking obvious it's not funny. And I said, she would still have it. I said, what you could do is have her, if she tries to take it to court, for sure. I gave it, I thought, and said to the attorney, well, If she tries to object to it, all we really need is internet and make it to where she can't private the video and have the live chat replay turned on, and then see the account pop up and use the moderator type abilities to go to the channel and check the URL, what the page looks like, the uploads, and all that, and compare the URL and the handle to my YouTube account, my real one, and my backup. And I knew, guaranteed, it wouldn't match because she provided the last screenshot was a screenshot of supposedly was my the about section, supposed to be the about section in my channel, but she has it submitted in a way to where it doesn't click on the more part, so therefore it doesn't show the handle. It just shows the beginning part of the description of the about page. She done that on purpose. Like she didn't show every part of information that could be on there. And that's when he filed that motion to prohibit and keep her from being able to alter anything on the page at all. As he said, also she objects to it. He says, "I've got to submit something to YouTube because if she violates that motion, they will be able to tell me." Because YouTube apparently has a record of every fucking alteration thing you create, cut, select, do, report. It's in there. So, for instance, she decided to go in there and get rid of that account so it's not in the live chat. But see, she couldn't do that really at the same time. That he said, because if she does, then how'd she get that screenshot? It would invalidate her evidence. So she'd have to leave the account in there, and we would be able to examine. He said it's a good thing you're on top of it and knew. He said 'cause he said that gives us right away our way to take care of that. And so, and I make one comment statement towards her and stuff, and old fucking fuckface is over there saying I'm violating the court order and I'm harassing her. She needs to get an EPO again. There is no court order, you dumbass. She fucking dropped the case because she knew better to go up against me with a fucking lawyer and try to pull that false bullshit. She wasn't stupid like Snaggy. The judge asked her once, and she said like she wanted to go forward, like she tried to hold strong at first. He asked her again, and the attorney said, "Did you notice how the judge asked him again?" Like I guarantee he'd have already talked to the judge a lot about it because he looked through and spent a good little minute looking through all the recent videos and stuff, things she'd been saying on post, and he wasn't that old. He could understand some of the fucking lingo and shit she was using. She just, she would have been, she wouldn't have had no legs to stand on. And Snaggy called the cops on himself and got himself ass arrested. If he had never sent him to my house, I was never going to call the cops on him. I was ignoring him because I figured like he's doing it for them or somebody. And so if they're sitting there and they're recording the thing, hoping I'm going to answer, I want them to sit there and see me let it keep ringing, that they'll realize they're not getting blocked. They won't be able to claim that. I'm just not answering. I mean, because eventually they got mad and they called the cops. Had 3 officers show up at my house. Only 2 came up to the door, but I dealt with one. That's Officer Pilling or Pilot. I don't even really know how to pronounce his last name, but he's a good cop, I think. It's the first time meeting him. He's a new cop. He's got about over 2 years of experience. over 200 something hours. But that just goes to show you how our police agencies work good together. Because I mean, this poor young lady, she'd been missing since I think the 4th. And they found her just the day before yesterday. So her father, man, I seen a video where he had done an interview or statement he made to local news, KFVS 12 here in this region, and every day he, thinking about and trying to find out anything he can. It just sucks to see it happen. I don't know what Keenan Peoples did, but I hope to God, like, the only way he's implicated is in, like, maybe because his brother's implicated and is older. His brother might have just had something to do with it with the white dude, and Keenan was complicit in trying to help him get rid of some evidence or something. You know what I mean? Like, if it comes out that he had any play in anything evil, like, bro, I will be forever shocked. Like, because that's somebody that, you know, I wasn't best friends with, but I knew him in school. We interacted fine in school, because like me, he was pretty much, kind of a loner type and quiet. Um, yeah, a little nerdy, but he just not somebody you would think. I mean, he was never, man, it's just crazy. But I guess like what Shell said earlier, you got to watch the quiet ones. Shit. He has a stutter. That's the other thing I just now remembered. He has a type a stutter. It's not that bad, but he's always had that stutter issue. Like you don't have to be. It's not like when you're up on a panel and these motherfuckers are all talking over you and causing you trip up on your words, and then they call that stuttering, and they mock you with it. But no, stuttering is letting somebody talk without interrupting them, and they still stutter. They stutter every now and then randomly on different words or what have you. I don't know what causes it. That's the extent that I know. But this shit is crazy, y'all. This fucking case. I cannot believe it. Damn, it just pisses me off. Like we already had what's his name? Oh god, what's his name? What's his name? That's Keenan Peoples. Damn, Keenan. Wait. Oh shit. There's an update. Pre-charged in murder. Oh gosh. Found deceased Friday in rural Penobscot County after she disappeared on November 3rd. Here you guys go. Oh my gosh. Missouri State Highway Patrol reports. Penobscot County Prosecuting Attorney's Office charged 3 suspects. Keenan Peoples, that's the guy that's from School Guys, 34 of Haytime, Missouri, with first-degree murder, first-degree oh my God, first-degree rape and tampering with physical evidence. Dude, what the fuck, man? These motherfuckers. 38 of Crothersville, that's his brother, Donald. I didn't ever know him, or I've never known him. 38, and he's older. He's even older than Logan. First degree accessory to murder and tampering with physical evidence. So he's the accessory. I was thinking he being older would be the guy, and the Keenan would be like an accessory, but no. Oh my God. 18 of East Prairie, Missouri, with a first degree accessory to murder, first degree kidnapping, and first degree rape. Oh God. Keenan is the only one that's charged with first degree murder. The others are accessories to murder. Blake has been gotten kidnapping because it was reported that she'd been seen with him right as she was being disappeared. Charges were filed after the 3 men directly connected to Jennings' missing persons case through evidence. According to MSHP of Saturday, all 3 are in custody without bond. Jennings was last seen on November the 3rd, following the day that Haytime Police Department requested assistance from MSHP. Investigators followed up on numerous leads, which led to authorities discovering her body in a rural area. Authorities have not yet released full details regarding the descriptions and circumstances of her disappearance and death. Several agencies assisted MSHP with the investigation, including Arkansas State Police, Penobscot and New Madrid County Sheriff's Office, Poinsett County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas, and Haytime and Crothersville Police Departments. Good job, guys. Good job catching those motherfuckers. Good fucking job. Shout out to the police departments here. That is fucking phenomenal. It's a sad fucking case, but I'm just so glad that they were apprehended very quickly and charged. They were not charged with that murder, so that just happened today, or probably overnight and shit. They might have filed it yesterday afternoon. An autopsy's been scheduled for the St. Francis County Coroner's Office. Investigators will continue to look into the circumstance. See, here they're talking about looking into the circumstance and charges. Information be released when appropriate. That was on the 14th, so that was yesterday. So yeah, this just happened. The official charges being filed. So far, all they really had was technical charges. Blake had the stealing of the vehicle charge. Keenan had the tampering with physical evidence. And the other dude, I think, had something else, like similar to Keenan and stuff. Damn, man. That's so fucked up. Fucking evil, man. Evil, evil motherfuckers, dude. I think you go to school with somebody that ends up doing that shit. Oh my God. Well, I apologize. Everybody. But I fell off. He said probably low grade acid. I never did Oh shit, he asked me to drop the link. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Books. Let me drop the damn link. God dang it. That's what I get for not looking at chat. But, I mean, can you blame me? I told y'all that I was working on changing and shit. I'm gonna give a whole bunch of attention to everything. One thing gun protocols, and I tell you, gun protocols are: do not put me in fear and danger of my life or great bodily injury from you, and you won't ever, I promise, ever in this state and others that are like it, see somebody's firearm. The only time you may see it is at a competition, a range, or if or if it's being cleaned or something, nuance like that. You know, you're not, you would never see, and you definitely would never have one pointed at you. Now, unless there is always those special circumstances that can happen, like somebody be crazy, somebody stick somebody up. I mean, doesn't mean you could never have it happen, but you're more than likely, generally, if you follow that advice and don't fuck with nobody, you won't see their gun. Like my instance, I had a road rage incident where a dude was talking shit to me, and I rolled down the window. He said something. I was just like, "Fuck you," you about caused a wreck. And he's like, "Fuck me," and he pulled out a gun and he pointed at me, and I ducked. It was like second nature. My ass fucking dropped. I, I ducked down quick as fuck. Okay. Yeah. Because I wouldn't carry in Tennessee because you have to have some states still you have to have a CCW to go if they're not constitutional carry like we are. So, but we have constitutional carry, but that only applies to our state and any other state that might have it and has reciprocity with us. Otherwise, you have to have a CCW. Oh, I feel bad though for old Vickery, man. He's so obsessed with this type of stuff, and like, he's in an active addiction, y'all. He needs treatment. He needs intervention. He needs an intervention. Not for me. I can't participate in the intervention for him, but somebody needs to. They need to take the internet away and get him some counseling for the sexual thoughts and obsessive nature of sexual things happening to people that he is annoyed with or doesn't like.
Me talking about Darkside Phil has created a ripple effect that I didn't predict.
You and I,
Uh-oh.
because you've been here all night and you know me, you know I'm messing around. Guys, we already hit the goal. It's not a big deal. I mean, it's crazy that we got no support on Kick. Actually, it is. I'm shocked that no one came by to chill with me tonight on Kick and support at all. It is shocking.
Oh, God. He's like, well, we're just joking around. But to be serious, though, it is actually true that nobody did support. And, like, that's crazy because, like, I was here all day and, like, nobody gave me any money. But, like, yeah, no, I was just kidding.
Not the end of the world. I'm not going to sit here and cry. I'm not going to sit here and,
well, you're talking about it.
Let me turn off features and shit. I'm not going to do that. But we're joking. And, like, you get the joke.
Okay.
But the morons of the internet don't.
I'm the
so
moron.
When someone will clip that segment and post it up on X again and be like, this is what happened tonight. These idiots.
That's what's happening right now.
Actually think that's what fucking happened because they're that dumb. They're too lazy to take 10 fucking
To be fair,
seconds
what he's
to look
saying, what he's saying right there, that dude saying, see the raw content. People can be saying that. Like, look, don't take my word for it. When I say it and tell you to go do that, do it. Because I know I could be wrong in instances sometimes, but I know most of the time because I go when I've seen it, if I've talked about it, you can assume that I've not only seen it, but I've looked into it and double checked everything. I think people think that if they like when they was on Deadlies and they trying to act like they're cornering me, they act like they're sitting there and was really patting themselves, thinking, oh yeah, we got him roped in. Yeah. Then how come I had something to say for most things? If you noticed, I tried to answer every single thing and respond to everything that y'all said and asked and stated and claimed. And you could not hear probably barely a third of most of what I said. Very few instances was there here and there was, that's about all you could and allow to try to appear almost like you're not the way I'm saying. So it's funny. See that little freak Deadly now is live. Little freaking wannabe, I don't know why, like, he's, man, he's fucked up in the head. Ain't no doubt about it.
All right, here we go. So I'm screen recording. I got Band Lab open just because I.
Yeah.
What's up, monkey?
No, I'm just joking, but
Night time.
yeah, what's up? How's it going? Sorry,
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
This show is starting off very slow today because you know why?
I
'Cause can
delete
only
and hide
do this when
streams
I'm
because I'm a
hammered.
little bitch.
So I'm trying to get hammered.
No, Dudley, I think I was.
But you guys aren't gonna hear me
I was a
say
little bit.
like,
I
"Oh,
was
I'm
a little bit.
fully brick." Yeah, weirdo. Fully brick, baby. Huh. Oh, he spaces his beers out. He says.
But if you still do that,
The win last night. I think so. I was.
oh yeah, no,
I was feeling it. I was like, yo, what the fuck? Not because I just kept on slamming the beers down. I don't give a fuck. No, but bro, it wasn't even like that. I mean, like, I told you the truth. I was like,
He says, I just was slamming the beers down. I didn't care. And now he says, no, man, I told you the truth. I was spacing my beers out. Which is it? You fucking lie.
I spaced my beers out so I didn't get too smacked.
Listen to that again.
I was like, yo, I was.
Oh yeah,
it's a little bit. I was 3 sheets to the wind last night. I think so. I was.
oh yeah, no,
I was feeling it. I was like, yo, what the fuck? Not because I just kept on slamming the beers down. I don't give a fuck. No, but bro, it wasn't even like that. I mean, like, I told you the truth. I was like, I spaced my beers out.
Bro, why? Bro, I am seeing all these instances of people saying one thing and then immediately saying the opposite. Which is it, motherfucker?
So I didn't get too smacked. You know what I mean?
You start off saying you're 3 sheets to the wind. Now you're to the point of saying, well, I ain't get too smacked.
That's it. That's all.
Do y'all see this craziness?
yeah, but if you still do that, you still get smacked, no matter what.
You know? Yeah, you still. It's what he was
Well, Deadly would know.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Mustard dude.
He's coming. I knew. Look at this motherfucker dancing. Look at him dance, y'all.
Watching who? He's watching us.
He did exactly as I predicted. He's trained, good little boy.
All right.
Okay.
Ian Gibb Wilson.
Yeah, boy, say my name right. Say my name right.
Yeah, I don't
say my name right. Say my name right, bitch.
That's what we all heard, but
yeah, that's what you heard.
I know
what you
he had a
heard.
black box in his car, so
Yeah, black box. You know what that is, you dummy?
I don't remember much of what happened last night, but
They've been putting them in cars since 2006, 2007. Yeah, we know you don't remember much of what's happened, but you sat up there like a good little bitch and you obeyed them. And then when they told you to take the shit down, you didn't just private it, you deleted it.
I remember, talking about that. Some black box.
Yeah. Because I mean, because for the life of me, I never like I'm not really like a car person, but I don't think cars have black boxes in them. I mean,
You're a lie. You're dumb.
I mean, I don't think that's a proper thing.
Let's look this up. Oh, what do you know? We got a video right here describing it. Let's learn about black boxes, y'all.
What we casually refer to as a black box in an automobile is actually the ACM, which stands for Airbag Control Module, or the EDR, which stands for Event Data Recorder. The term black box was borrowed from the aviation industry as flight data recorders became famous for having really important information for investigators when they wanted to figure out what went wrong on a plane. However, there is little else in common between airplane and automotive black boxes. Here's some black boxes that can be found inside the cars, SUVs, minivans, and pickup trucks that you and I drive. As you can see, they're not always black, and oftentimes they differ in appearance and size. Now, something that's really important to know about automobile black boxes is that they're not inside the vehicle constantly recording everything that's happening in transit, the same way that an airplane flight data recorder does. In fact, the primary function of the black box is to sense forces and accelerations and decide whether or not to deploy airbags. That's it. That's what the ACM's job actually is. And they do a pretty good job of sensing accelerations and deploying airbags within milliseconds when needed. Permanently recording every single thing that's going on was just not how automotive black box were set up to work. Now, we're usually interested in the black box's contents when there's a claim of an incident. So it is useful that is when the black box goes beyond sensing and begins to record information, usually 5 seconds before an event. The ability to give us a glimpse just a few seconds before a crash is why the ACM is oftentimes called the black box. The only time a black box records anything to its internal memory is when it senses higher than normal, typical, everyday forces and acceleration. So there are two primary events that a black box records: deployment event and non-deployment event. So let's first talk about deployment events, since they're a little bit more straightforward. When the black box senses higher than normal accelerations and decides to deploy an airbag, that's when it records what we call a deployment event. This event, along with a snapshot of data such as speed, brake application, and throttle use, a few seconds before the airbag went off, would have been recorded and permanently locked into the black box's memory. Anytime an airbag has gone off in a vehicle, there's an extremely high chance that the black box will have some sort of information about what happened right before the airbags went off. The great thing about deployment events is that they cannot be overwritten. Now, there are, of course, situations where minor collisions occur and airbags don't go off. And just because this happens doesn't mean there is no information to be gleaned off a black box. Black boxes record something that's called a non-deployment event. And these are a little bit more volatile. However, they can still provide really useful information. So a black box records a non-deployment event when the vehicle experiences higher than normal accelerations that's sufficient enough to wake up the black box, but not severe enough to warrant the deployment of an airbag. Examples of where we commonly see non-deployment events being recorded by black boxes are minor fender benders in parking lots, or even if you were to run over a nasty pothole on the road. Like the deployment events we just covered, non-deployment events record some data a few seconds before the event occurred. But what's crucial to know about non-deployment events is that their data is volatile and it can be overwritten. There are generally two situations where a non-deployment event can vanish from a black box. Number one, when another event is recorded and overwrites it, or number two, after a certain number of key cycles. There are exceptions to this rule, but the general takeaway is that non-deployment events are extremely vulnerable to being cleared if they are not swiftly preserved after the collision in question. Okay, so now that you understand deployment and non-deployment events, it's now time to get into the information that everybody really wants to know. What kind of information can be found on a black box when an event has been recorded? First of all, the manufacturer has to have allowed us to access black box information just to see what's inside. Thankfully, the last few years, we've seen the vast majority of automakers offer support for black box imaging. So as you can see in the image, GM really led the way in the mid-90s. You fast forward a few years to the early 2000s to mid 2000s.
And that's what I had was a
the other
GM
American
vehicle.
manufacturers, as well as Toyota, came on board. And then in 2010, you see this huge push of all the other manufacturers coming on board, including Mazda, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, Honda, and others. As for the type of information that we can get from supported vehicles, it varies greatly based on year, make, and model of the vehicle. But here's what we can usually get from a typical black box: speed, speed change, brake and throttle use, and seatbelt use. Newer vehicles can record even more specific information, such as individual wheel speeds, tire pressures, odometer readings, gear position, VIN number, and steering input. The general trend of newer vehicles is to record more and more information. And in the future, we expect black boxes to record more types of information, more time leading up to impact, and even more events. Nevertheless, it'll take some time for these newer, high-tech vehicles to become the majority on the roadway. Retrieving the information that is stored in a black box is usually called downloading or imaging the black box. It involves retrieving a copy of the electronic data that is stored on it. And when done properly by a trained EDR operator, the data on the black box should not be spoiled or cleared in any way. There are 4 different ways that an expert can get data when preserving evidence from a black box. The first method involves the expert physically going to the vehicle and setting up what is called a DLC download through the OBD2 port. DLC is the name of the type of cable used, and the OBD stands for Onboard Diagnostics. OBD systems give technicians access to various vehicle subsystems, including the black box. This DLC to OBD method requires that the black box has a power supply. However, what if the electrical system is shot and the vehicle is not a write-off? Our clients would not want us to disassemble the interior of the vehicle to get to the black box, so we have to figure out other methods. The DLC backpowering method involves supplying power to the vehicle's fuse box, which allows us to get power to the black box and download a copy of the data on it through the OBD2 port. This method is more complex and time-consuming and requires more specialized equipment. So we only resort to it if we cannot do the next direct-to-module download. The direct-to-module download involves plugging into the black box directly to supply power and download it. Since the black box is usually located under the driver's seat or under the center console, we usually have to cut through the carpet and disassemble some components to get to it. If the vehicle has no power and will be written off anyways, this is usually the method of choice. We will also physically remove the black box from the vehicle and keep it as evidence. The last method is called a desktop or bench download, and that's when we download the data from a workstation in our office. Desktop downloads are done when the black box was removed by the police or some other party, and we have been supplied with it and asked to access the data. Now we're going to start looking into a few case examples where you're going to get a chance to see what some of this data looks like. In our casework, we often utilize black box data to answer various types of questions, like, was this really a hit and run? Was there an occupant seated in the front passenger seat? Were the occupants wearing their seatbelts? What steering inputs were there?
I told y'all that it had all this information. Yeah, but, and, you know, when you tell a story the first time, generally, most people and organizations and think tanks and stuff have agreed, scientists, that that's what is given the most. If the person is lying from the get-go, which can be possible, a lie still has to have some elements of truth for it to be a good lie, right? So usually the first time you tell something, and if you're regular and you're not antisocial or a psychopath, that's when you're going to be the most truthful or upfront. You know, when you repeat it later on, and we've seen this with Charlie D. his own damn self. Charlie D. himself has shown us all an example of someone being very honest initially, but then as time goes on and they talk about it more and more and are questioned about it, they tell and alter it more and more and more. Now, I said from the get-go, when I was in the ambulance, Look it up on the archives. Look up the very first time I talked through this shit. See if I ain't telling the truth. I said that they asked me. And I just had heard prior before they came in there. I heard one of them say, "Yeah, we got one that's is in the middle of being air evac, and then we got one that's or life flight actually. We got one that's about to be in life flight air evac, and we got another has a broken femur. From what we can tell initially, at least a broken femur, maybe a broken knee." And of course, later on, also found out I had a broken sacrum. They couldn't tell all that. And they'd given me morphine in one arm, and like there's two EMT workers or a paramedic and an EMT, and one gave me a shot of saline type stuff in one arm on the right side, and on the left side, gave me morphine. And then they put me in the ambulance, and then I had heard them over talking about that, they're getting, and that turned out to be the husband that's been air evac. And then they said we have one that is DOA. And I thought about it. I didn't understand right away, but I kept thinking. I was like, that. And then I said it to myself exactly what it meant. And I was like, what the fuck? I said, dude. And I was just thinking there to myself, what happened? Like, I don't understand. The last thing I remember seeing initially was I'm driving along the highway. There was not a car on the left side of me. There wasn't a car behind me. Like, I was almost completely alone. And then I came up to that junction, and I was looking, and everything's clear. Nothing's going on. And then I start to see out the left side of my vision, they crossed the first crossing, because there's two crossings. You have a highway that has two lanes and runs west, and then you have a highway, two lanes that runs east. And then you'd have a stop sign on the farthest other side of the part that runs west, and they're supposed to stop there, they do, and then they crossed when it's clear, and then they got to the middle part between the two lane directions, and they're at the lane that will take you east instead of west. And so they can either turn on into the highway, they could turn right into the left lane, or they could cross that highway as well, and they get to eventually another or a stop sign for a little side road that runs to the side to where, because there's a school there, a vocational technical school there. And then they stop and they keep going straight, and then it's like a little 2-lane country road highway that takes you to the town there called Braggadocia. That's like 2 miles ahead or what have you. My friend took his life at sadly. So I was on the highway that was going east. I was heading back towards Hayti. If you go west, you're heading towards Kennett. So I was heading east. So they got to that middle section that had a yield sign, which yield means technically you're supposed to come to a stop. Like, you don't have to come to a full stop if it is completely clear. But the normal thing is people come to a stop, especially if there is a car that's not far off, because you don't want to, you don't want to take a chance and try to cut out in front of it, give it time. And then as soon as they cross, they go and they cross over. Now, if nobody's coming or there's a car that's like, looks almost, 10 car lengths away still yet, they don't have to come to a full stop, and they just slow down almost to a stopping point, look both ways, and come across. Well, I'm driving, and I start to see their car, get in the middle part there. And I'm like maybe 5, if 5, 4, or at the most 6 car lengths maybe away from the crossing. And then a second or two goes by again, and now I'm like 3 car lengths away. And they've started to edge out, and they're getting to the middle lane, and I have maybe 2 seconds to turn my steering wheel to the left, which I did, and throw on my brake, which I did, because all I could think was I don't like try to avoid from hitting them directly on, like try to hit the back end of them, or like I was trying to go in the direction that they were coming from. So maybe, some miracle if we did hit, we just barely hit each other because I was able to maneuver, but that's not how it worked. We still ended up mainly hitting because we were just so close when it happened, and didn't have enough time to react. We pretty much hit T-bone style, but there was a little bit of a curve to the left with my vehicle in the front end because I did try to, and that was all in the black box. Like they took my statement down and stuff, right then, because they want to see what I initially say. Because I mean, I'm conscious. I only went maybe. I went like I'm gonna say semi-unconscious because it didn't really. It seemed like I could still hear stuff or whatever, but everything was black for a few moments. Who's trying to call me? Oh, that's my buddy. Hello? What's up? Nothing. What are you doing? Ride with you. Where? Well, I'm just now sat down to eat. What time you need to go? All right. I will. I'm down. Hey, come at 6. All right. Call me when you're almost on the way. My partner. I ain't got no friends, y'all, though. But after I heard about the DOA, this is my point. I didn't even finish it. Damn it. Sorry about that. I got distracted. Um, I they they came in there there was I think it was a trooper and the EMT guy, or maybe it was just the trooper at first and the EMT guy came. I can't remember that exactly, but something like that. And the trooper was telling me, he said, you he said, you kind of remember what all happened? He said, you've been in Iraq? And I said, yes, sir. I said, I called 911. He said, yeah, that's right. He said, okay, so you do know. He said, I'm just trying to make sure. Yeah, I said, yeah, I'm fine. I think head-wise. I said, my damn leg just feels so damn tight. And I said, and it felt like they was about to pull it off. He said, well, yeah, they had to straighten you out and brace it, because you broke your femoral bone. He said, you broke it good. He said, but you had your seatbelt on. And I said, and I kind of interrupted him. I said, so somebody was dead. I said, somebody died immediately, or somebody died when you guys got here. He said, no. He said, oh, bud, don't worry about any of that. Everything's all right. And he didn't want to confirm it to me, and he didn't really ask for anything at that point. He came back. He said, Mr. Wilson, or I think another one came back, a different one. He said, Mr. Wilson, do we have your permission to obtain your black box from your vehicle? I said, my black box? That was my response, my black box. He said, yeah. He said, he said, with airplanes, I said, I interrupted him and said, I know what a black box is in an airplane. I used to play airplane simulation games. I said, I've always been into flying and piloting stuff. And he said, well, it's similar to that. He says, it'll tell us certain things about your vehicle before and during and after impact, and other things. So that, because he said, we've got to basically investigate the whole accident and have a recreation just about, like, to find out as much what happened. That's what they do. They go back and they see where the black marks start, because that's exactly where, the person saw danger and started to, try something. Whether there is or isn't black mark, of course, there was black marks for me. I slammed on my brake. I saw them come out, and I just froze up after I hit the brake and tried to turn. I just kind of like froze, like, and I spun 3 times. Like my car spun around 360 degrees 3 times and stopped completely at the side part of the highway where you would pull over to change your tire and shit, or to pull over for the police. My car perfectly stopped there. Like if it had just gone just a little bit, like a foot or so more, I would have been in the ditch. I mean, like if somebody wanted to come down the highway there, I was completely at a perfect spot where I wouldn't be in the way of traffic going down the highway, and I'm, wasn't on the verge about to fall off of the cliff, but not too far, not cliff, but ditch, not too far over. It is weird, and I was facing the opposite direction though. Like I was facing the wrong way. Like I was kind of perfectly parked or stopped in that spot, but facing the wrong direction. Um, and I got taken to the helicopter. I just remember the helicopter ride so loud. He said, buddy, it's going to be real loud. He said, I'm not going to be able to hardly hear you. He said, so listen. He said, if you're hurting, he said, raise your hand. He said, just raise it a little bit where I can see you raise it. And he said, and he said, as long as, there was only one time I done it. And he said, buddy, he said, I can't administer any just yet anymore. He said, you got to wait just a little bit. Because he's basically told me if I'm hurting, like if I'm having a lot of pain or increase in pain, raise my hand, And I did, and every now and then. And that one time I raised it, he said, I got to wait just a little bit, a few more minutes, because I think it was kind of like when I was in the hospital room post surgery and stuff. They put me on instead of having a nurse, I had a nurse that would come around and bring me certain stuff, but when it came to my pain medication, they put me on a pain pump. And I remember seeing the nurse come in there with the syringe. It was like a big, mega fat syringe without a needle, though. And it went in this like little box contraption, like an IV electric thing is sort of, but just bigger. And they put it in here. They closed this, like, I don't know if it was plastic or that type of, what is it? That, not glass, but it's, what is that stuff called? Like plexiglass type plastic little thing that shut over it, and it had at the end a special little lock thing, and that's where they'd insert this key and they'd lock it up. And it was locked in there, and I guess it was attached to either just a opening thing where it could go into the line, or there might have been like a built-in needle in that uh, device, and so it attaches there, and then it'll go through this line, and at the end of the line is where they have like a butterfly type of needle inserted into me, but it's like taped there, it stays in there. And it would have this little bitty, like I have my call button, right? And they gave me another little handheld line thing, and it had a little light thing at the top. And when it was green, you could press it and you would get a delivered dose. And then when it was red, though, you have to wait basically till after you use it, it'll turn red, and you have to wait till it turns green before you can, you know. And it would do it about every 15 minutes, basically. That was, like I said, hydromorphone is what Dilaudid's chemical name is. It's hydromorphone. And that's, hydromorphone that's some strong stuff. That is, I was sitting in there watching Walking Tall.
Talk about something real quick that I wanted to talk about last night. We don't have to right now, but you know.
Oh, Squirrel can't help himself.
I mean,
Up on the panel.
Mustard is a very interesting dude. Yeah.
Oh my
a lot of
God.
insight.
Yeah, and I'm fucking and I'm I'm a fucking doctor.
Oh my God.
I don't care what bullshit they're wanting to make up.
The devil's son-in-law. That's a funny name. That really is. I don't know what it
Oh
means. but
yeah,
it's
that's a funny name. It's a fucking
When do people come up
blasphemous
with-
name. Just
Oh,
making making a mockery to God, in my opinion.
Yep. Square's
In my
holding
opinion.
his grandpa hostage 096 Hayti, Missouri. That's fucked up.
Oh my God. Yeah, well,
His
why
grandpa.
isn't? Well, bring the
Yeah, he's
cavalry
like
then,
90 years
motherfuckers.
old. He beats him up and stuff. He takes like a
Oh
monthly
yeah.
check and hits him over the head with stuff. No.
What the fuck? I'm not
Yeah.
laughing. But that's fucked up. That's messed up, man.
He sits
Holy
on his
shit.
twin bed, I guess, and drinks Red Bulls and fucking takes methadone and fucking makes his
Methadone.
grandpa give him money and stuff.
Shit.
Habit.
Shit. My grandfather was no joke. It was his way or the highway. You did what
Oh,
he
yeah,
said.
but the guy's 90 something years old. You know, I don't think he'll be fighting back that. You know.
Not really. That's
Oh, shut up.
that brings me back to my great grandmother when I used to take care of her. Woo.
What,
I
you
mean,
keep her hostage in the house? What are you talking about?
Yeah, William
I
did.
used to, what do you call it? When she got sick and stuff, when she got sick.
Oh, yeah.
That's how when I first started cooking. I just take care of them because you know how they have like, what do you call them? I don't know what you call them, guys. The nurses' aides. Those
Hey,
people.
what's up?
What's up? Oh, we just talked about Square a little bit. You know, like you said,
Yeah,
taking his monthly money and beating him up and things like that. You know.
Right. Yeah, he's abusing his grandfather, keeping him held hostage, and he won't let his grandfather have his own phone. But he's sniping right now, and he's acting all tough while he's hiding in his room.
He won't let him have his own phone. Hey, I'm not hiding in my room.
Act tough behind his computer, but
you come to my house and I'm already outside the house. You are, you know, you're a free person. Everybody's free here in this country, and you're free to, you know, do whatever you wish. But you know reality. You should. I'm not acting tough because I'm here. You act tough in your house. What are you sitting on? Your fucking wife bought furniture? Your furniture your parents bought you and gave to you on your what, third, fourth marriage since you beat the first two and made them want to leave you? Huh? Oh, poor Mustard. Poor Mustard. He just can't get a break. The damn women always lying on him. You know, he wasn't being abusive. Everybody knows that it's completely normal to if your wife's getting on your nerves or, you know, not doing what you want her to do, just give her a good smack over the head, you know. I mean, that's what Mustard does. Mustard oh, and he's 4-0, everybody. So I think we may have, I'm not exactly sure, so I'm not gonna speculate and automatically assume, because he's a dumbass and it's very possible that he just misspoke because of the dumbass that he is. But we may have had an admission to a fourth unreported, unarrested domestic assault incident. It's not charged. and has had no criminal procedure, court, or conviction established that he admitted to off the slip of the tongue. We shall play that now and provide proof of the incident. Unlike everybody else who says he says this, he said that, he said he was going to hit him with a baseball bat. Well, we're actually going to prove it. We're going to let you hear it right out of the fucking 40-year-old teenager acting like he's acting like some fucking teenager almost about to turn 18 that's obsessed with trolling and thinks he's really doing something. Like, and he'll try to make something out of that. Oh yeah, he lives in my head rent free, but I don't have a Discord notification. See, I don't get a notification from YouTube. He comes up in the algorithm, no doubt. When he mentions me, tags me and stuff, that comes up in the notifications. When he comments, he's not blocked, but he's not subscribed. He doesn't get stuff reported from me. He used to. I used to be subscribed to him too. Now, when it comes to when I decide, like, been gone 3 weeks. So the other day, the day before, that I jumped up and went live as a troll, and then went and got over on Paula's. I looked around. I went to Paula's, Andrea's. Then I went to Squirrels, and I went. There was another place I went to. Where did I go? Not JM, but I went by Triple T's, stuck in the middle too as well. Progressive Patriot, and Gotcha Man's. Yeah, that's the one I was trying to think of. Gotcha Man's. Now on Squirrels, I'd seen basically some stupid posts. Really, other than that, no videos or anything. And I think the last post I'd seen right there, the most recent one, was about Johnny. It was about how he had uploaded a video and he had been in church. And while in church, he was live and he was showing the room where the congregation was and, going around, kind of like going in a circle around and showing people and stuff. Now, of course, Mustard, since Square has been gone and has been MIA for nearly almost 3 weeks, this is at 2.5 mark, what have you. And he's made a little post and tried to lure him out in case he's looking and stuff, and it ain't worked. So he decides to make a post. The stupid lowlife gobble sticking to his phone in people's faces while they were having a revival at church. He has zero care for privacy in people's most vulnerable moments. Absolutely disgusting. Do y'all hear that? I hear that. Absolutely disgusting. Oh shit. The fuck happened? Where am I at? I don't even see myself. I thought I wasn't in here. Let me put this comment down. Oh, there I am. Okay, so I am up here. I thought I was, but I couldn't. It showed that I was. I ended up taking the fucking screen out. We got a long winter of rage milk. Fully engaged reaction. See, now he's got 2 graves with me and my grandfather next to each other. So this is good to take down, because any type of 40-year-old that has stuff like this, if they ever show up and they want to try to act like a victim, despite whatever happens, and they decide to fucking try and do, especially when they've talked about a Bluetooth hole puncher. Look, it's common knowledge in Urban Dictionary and that stuff. I've seen older people talk about it. When somebody says a wireless, Bluetooth, etc. hole puncher, they're talking about a firearm. Point blank, period. And you inferred and said that you had one, and that you're going to use that for close quarters. So that alone, I could realistically turn in. And let's say you get rid of it, or let's say you don't have it on you. You've been a little good at preparation by ahead of time, not keeping it wherever you sleep or stay. Well, I promise this: you get caught with that fucking gun. I don't know how long you're gonna go away for it, but you'd be dumb. With that many domestic violence charges, shit. Even if they had been all misdemeanors, this motherfucker would still be prohibited. And that's all I could really pull up on his record besides tickets. So that means, he's not been a drug dealer or nothing. He's not, he loves to say, oh, at least we never murdered anybody. I haven't either. You can call somebody a murderer if you want, but if there's not been a thing, an investigation, a big deal that shows, I should have been charged, or there's a lot of evidence there, never did get charged, or whatever, which there's not. There's just you're a stupid little group that is saying it and saying R.I.P. Hogan's when the articles here, the police here, the public at large, like I've been around a bunch of people. Do you think we hadn't talked about the wreck and they don't know about the wreck? None of them have ever called me a murderer. They asked what happened. One of them said they knew what happened, but they got told, and they said, but it wasn't your fault. You know that, right? And I said, no, but if I hadn't left work early, I said I would have never ran into him. I said, and I got told by somebody, can't remember exactly who, and even if I did, I wouldn't say who they are because it's none of your business, but they told me that they probably really shouldn't have. I'm not even going to say that because they'd be twisted into me saying that I said that. Fuck that. I never knew them, or knew who they were, or knew anyone in their family, but before the wreck. But I'm sure they was good people. I heard they was, and I mentioned, and I probably said it because that's what I thought. But irregardless, while I was in the fucking hospital, this is a fact. I mean, you could ask God. I put it on my, I put it on my relationship with my Mimi, which was probably the closest relationship in my family I've had with anybody. Like, whereas we couldn't be separate. We didn't argue, you know, we just got along. I was her only grandson, so she kind of, I guess you could say, she had a granddaughter already, but she hadn't had a grandson, and I was the only grandson she got to have. And she pretty much raised me my first few early years. My mom would be working and gone, and my Mimi would basically be there with me. And I'd go to her house when I lived in Missouri growing up, I think sometimes every weekend or every other weekend. Stay Friday through Sunday. And people talk about her or talk about my mom and want to put stuff up. As much as I hate it, it's disrespectful. I've let go of it, affected me emotionally because that's the whole point of it, first of all. And second of all, doing it back to them. See, Kyle thinks because I took down, well, at the time I went live and I bared, I had opened up and been honest that, stuff that I was doing was just as hypocritical and wrong, even if it wasn't as intense and over the line like the other person's. It's still shit that, I wouldn't want either. And I'd put up public photos that were available publicly of Kyle and his, I think his I guess his brother or uncle, I don't know. You know, just stuff that was on his Facebook that he had public. And somebody, I'm not gonna say who, edited one of them for me and made them kind of like singing to some shit. It's funny. And I had those posted. And I didn't have one bad feeling about it because this motherfucker, before I had done that, and over a month or two, likewise, and when I went back on his timeline, because I don't see everything on his timelines. He thinks I look at everything. I don't. Because if I had seen this sooner, I would have said something already. And it was a picture of me in the wheelchair with my brother's child, my nephew, and he's a baby, literal baby. Either he's 6 months old or he's, in between 0 and 6 months old. Like, that's how fucking young that baby is. And he's got us uploaded before I ever posted anything of his. And he plays the victim card and shit. And then tries to make up and say, I called his fucking family. Oh, okay, prove it. Have me arrested and get them to get my phone and hook it up to the computer Stingray device. Go through it. I guarantee you. The only thing that would be of you relating in there would be when I looked at stuff on YouTube or what have you. And that's it. Oh, the photo I edited of you with AI too. Yeah, that. That's about it. So would be great in a way for you to break the law like that. Because see, then you could go ahead and go to jail. I could have that victory over you, and you'd be even more fucking pissed off and triggered, and just you end up doing something wrong. Fusion want to talk about that. He's gonna come here and drag me out my. Well, yeah, I'd like to see you try and do that. Like, and I'm saying that theoretically. I don't mean literally. See, I got to state that, or else the motherfucker will be like, "Well, I had a proper invite to come there." No, you didn't. Theoretically, hypothetically, he done that. Uh, I don't think it'll go how he thinks it will go. But, they don't realize I've got cameras out and in. The neighbors do too. And as of just 6 months ago, now so does the land and the whole land, the whole authority. So yeah, please, really, maybe try out and come here with a clipboard and a hard hat, or come dressed up as the mailman, or come up and think you're gonna. Well, hell, my door might be open because that brownie's outside. Sometimes I let him out real quick for just a minute or two. I leave the main door open, so it's just a screen. Sometimes he'll be back to the door real quick, and he'll be standing up on it, tapping on it basically. I let him in. You could open the door theoretically and come right on in, if you wanted to break the law, because that would be breaking and entering. You don't have to literally break the door open and enter for it to be breaking and entering. It doesn't matter that thing's unlocked or fucking cracked open a little bit. You open that door and you come in, and I hear you or I see you, whatever. There's not going to be anything said really. I promise you, you won't. You're not gonna. You ain't gonna do shit like that. I don't even know why he said that, but you can tell that they got scared and concerned because there's no way. Like, I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna see something, and I guarantee you, what the message I get from when this is over will be different from the message I got from the other one. And the difference is going to be all the more. I'll just go ahead and get to it because these other videos is the same. It was he usually privates all his videos, right? Or at least ones where he thinks shit went too far or something. I think we can all agree on that. Well, for some reason, this is crazy. Oh, should I? Okay. Fusion's, I can't think of what I was going to say. Fusion, well, I'll just move on. Fusion has, tried to have these little e-girlfriends, cheating on his wife. You got fucking Kyle that, beats up and abuses his, and then gets away from her and everybody else, goes in his little room, and pulls up his computer or his phone and sits there and just goes to Discord, has the Discord app running, has the YouTube app running, maybe even IG, hell, who knows? And he goes over their Discord, checks in, says some stupid shit, goes back to YouTube, looks around. Hell, even looks around the odd places, like maybe he left a comment on Andrews here recently. Just any place he can go. But I am claimed by him to supposedly live rent fucking free in his head. Yeah, in his head I do. Not in my head. I live rent free in his fucking head. I mean, hell, you heard him. He gets bricked up. And while I don't hate people that are homosexual, I I ain't interested with I don't go that way. I do not swing that way. Gee, God's got to find somewhere somebody else. I don't know what that. Somebody's 8 years older than me. He's I mean, he's more immature and just freaking, will say anything almost. I mean, the only thing he's smart enough to do is not, call the cops or whatever, but instead be sharing all these businesses and stuff and be like, call, leave them a message instead of talking to them about Square. As if that's going to do a fucking, like that. You think they're going to stick up in their building somewhere, like what you tell them, and just immediately believe you? Hell, I wonder how many of them would hang up on you after you just started in. Probably a few would hang up on you. They ain't got time for this shit. Does he work there? No. Does he have a warrant or something? Or, is he planning to rob or something? What are you going to say? Oh, guys, I got to get off here. I got other things to do. I'm about to be taking off with my buddy here soon. And I essentially got nothing else to say. I mean, he wants to say he controls every thought, but I can turn it off. I can lock it down and switch. It's easy. He thinks that he's going to be having a long winter. I'm going to be on nearly every day. Like it's going to go back to the good old days, he believed. That's what he's just hoping and wishing and praying for. I got some rough news for him. And, if he really wanted that, there could have been maybe a chance. But when you tell me and indicate so clearly that what you want, I'm going to do everything in my power to do the exact opposite and give you what you don't want. Yeah, they stopped eating on Charlie when I showed up. But guess what? As soon as, I mean, when I get done with my little break, or get done with my little break in my break, because I took a break, you can't say I didn't. First time was a week. Now this time was 3 weeks. We're heading towards making a month, it being a month next. And they will do everything that's predictable. They'll go back to Charlie. They'll go back to Paula. Squirrel will be mainly the only one because he's the only one that I live rent free in his head. He will be the sole one of them though to be the only one dedicated and actually it'll start off like normal, like right now, be every day. But more and more as time goes by and I don't show up, he will slow down and it'll be like every other day and every other 2 days. And he'll be making these posts and whatever else he might make in the hopes that, I am looking and I really like he's hoping and believing that I really do look at his shit every day, everything, and I'll look and see this and this will be just the thing that finally gets him to break and come back and do it live. Now think about that. You want me to do it live, but yet you say I'm not allowed to be on panels and stuff and interact with the public. Do you not see how stupid you are? You contradict your own fucking self. That's what you're doing. You're contradicting yourself. It's fucking, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy, bro. Rah, rah. We got, on top of that, racist, woman beating, like, you get the whole package, I guess. Huh. Freaking gonna sit there and, post fucking two characters that obviously are meant to be African Americans and have, we built everything. Yerp. And show that they got two teeny weeny tiny like, bro, like, I think, were you just doing that? Sorry, I can't believe it. No, I take that back. Hey, bitch. I didn't mean to call you bro. Hey, bitch. Were you doing that just hoping if I saw it that might get to me? It wasn't necessarily about me, but it was so fucking outwardly overt. Like, it wasn't covert, it was overtly racist. And I'm surprised this motherfucker has got I forget the exact number, but it's at least 10 or more likes on it. And I wish they did like Facebook and they showed the people that liked it so we could see who the fuck else is racist. That's what we ought to be able to do, is see who else liked it. That would tell you a lot about people, just being able to see what they liked and stuff, what they're supporting. I mean, reposting them sharing a stream and something is one way, but liking stuff, people like things more than anything. Like they don't repost and make a comment or post about every single live they like or watch, but usually they do either like what they watch every time, or if they don't like something, maybe they don't give it a like and they give it a dislike. But that is how you would see the most information, get the most information about people through likes. That's how it works. They pointed it out with Facebook. Facebook straight up pointed out, or people that were looking at it from Facebook, from the angle on Facebook, because on Facebook it's always shown what people in your group of friends or people even not in your group of friends like the post. Shit, I hate this damn thing. I'm about to have to start getting ready. He'll be here. He'll get here early. Gonna be riding with somebody as they take what's their name to work. I bet what's his name? I don't see how anybody that's heard the videos of Deadly on Kim and talk about Kim or that would know about him, he shared Kim's I think maybe it was her boots. I don't know. It was a picture that wasn't meant for anybody but who she decided to send it to, alright? Like well, because, she either didn't want to date him anymore. I don't know. No, she be oh, that's one thing. He was a controlling motherfucker. Like he did not want you talking to her. He found out me and her occasionally talked and messaged on IG, and he was a little insecure bitch. And I told him, I said, dude, I said that is like one of the quickest ways to get to get some pussy to get pussy dried up. In other words, women do not like that. Women don't like a controlling motherfucker that's insecure. Like if you're not comfortable and don't feel like you got your rightful place with this woman and that she's liable to cheat on you or something, well, you got an issue, bruh. Like you need to communicate with her. You need to spice things up. You need to, you know, immediately when she's wanting to and everything's at the right time and you can have sex. You need to have sex with her. You need to get things back in order. In other words, and if she goes out with a friend and there's going to be some dudes there, but you got to work or something and you can't be there, oh fucking well. I don't care if the dude's single. Like I had Kayla went out with my friend Darius. I wasn't worried about Darius. Like I was not thinking, Darius gonna want to fuck my girlfriend. But there was some other dudes there, like one or two I knew of. But the thing was I was asleep. What pissed me off was I was asleep, right? And we're married. And I don't. It doesn't matter that so and so or whatever asked you or was going. Here's the thing: she didn't have a fucking bathing suit because basically they went over to this what do you call it? What are those things called in Nashville we lived in? Oh, come on, Ian. What are those neighborhood places that have houses that people live in, referred to as? I can't think. I can't think at all. I just need just a few minutes, all right? I'm oh, you said 6 o'clock. It's 5:53. All right, well, I'll come out, and if you're there, you're there. If you're not, I mean, damn, I'm coming. All right, I'm coming. All right, I gotta go, y'all. Stayed on here way too long. Adios. Peace. Fuck all you that are on